Hey everyone, welcome back to our YouTube channel Code and Create. In this video, we're going to build 10 different web projects from scratch. Alright, if you're new here, I'm George and I run this channel together with my friend Lasha. We've been teaching web development for several years now on some of the most popular educational platforms. In this video, we'll guide you through building 10 different front-end projects using just HTML, CSS and JavaScript. These projects are perfect for anyone looking to improve their skills and take their portfolio to the next level. Whether it is creating smooth navigations, interactive sliders, modern card designs, or so much more, you will gain a solid foundation that will make it easier to move on to advanced technologies like React, Next.js, and beyond. So if you are excited to build along with us and level up your web development skills, don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, and turn on the bell for notifications. We are on the road to 20,000 subscribers, so your support really helps us keep creating awesome content like this. Alright, let's kick things off with our very first project. Before we jump right into building the project, I'm going to go ahead and describe it. So as you can see, we have here a menu icon at the top right corner of the page. If I hover over the menu icon, then it will rotate nicely. And if I click the menu icon, then the navigation will display with nice and cool effect. So the navigation has a video background. Also behind the navigational links, you can see the image, the circle, and we have 5 different navigational links. If I hover over the links, then we will get here these nice and cool effects. As you can see on hover, the color of the letters are changing. And also, the circle behind the links is moving and rotating. Alright, so throughout this project, you will learn about how to create such effects with the navigation. The project is responsive to different screen sizes. If I inspect the page and switch to the responsive mode and then check the project for different screen sizes, you will see that it is responsive and it looks pretty good on every screen size. I have created a new folder on the desktop called Navigation, in which I store 2 different folders. The first one is for font, which we're going to use throughout this tutorial, and the second one is for the images. I'm going to go ahead and open this folder in VS Code, and then I'm going to create our working files. We need 3 files. The first one is going to be index.html. Then I'm going to create style.css. And finally, we need file for JavaScript. Let's call it app.js. Then I'm going to open index.html file, and I'm going to create the basic HTML documents. For that, we need to use an emmet. I'm going to place here an exclamation mark and then hit tab or enter. So here we go. We have here the basic HTML elements. The first thing that I'm going to do is to change the title. It's going to be navigation. Then I'm going to link CSS and JavaScript files. I'm going to open link tag, in which I'm going to specify the path of the file. In our case, we just need to specify here the file name. It's going to be style.css. And then I'm going to link the JavaScript file. So I'm going to open script tag. Then in the source attribute, I'm going to specify the file name. It's going to be app.js. And also I'm going to add here an attribute called differ. So when you add differ to a script tag, it tells the browser to download the script while it's reading the rest of your web page. But it waits to run the script until after the page has finished loading. So it helps speed up the initial loading of your web page, because the browser doesn't have to wait for the script to download and run before showing your content. Instead, it downloads the script in the background while showing your web page, then runs the script when everything else is ready. Alright, after that I'm going to run the project to the browser. For that I'm going to use one of the VS Code packages called Live Server. So I'm going to click either here, open with Live Server, or you can click here down below, go live. So as you can see, the project is live in the browser. I'm going to place the browser and the editor side by side, like so, in order to make our working process more convenient and simpler. Alright, so the project is live. I'm going to switch off this responsive mode. Let's go back to the VS Code and start to write the HTML markup. I'm going to insert here div element, which is going to be the container. It will wrap the entire content of our project. Inside the container, I'm going to open another div, and it's going to be navbar. Inside the navbar, I'm going to insert the video. I'm in the video background. So I'm going to specify the source. We need images folder. And then I'm going to select video.mp4. Next, I'm going to add here a couple of different attributes. The first one is going to be autoplay. The next one is going to be muted. We have to mute the sound of the video. And then I'm going to add here loop. We need to play the video infinitely. Besides that, I'm going to add here class, and it's going to be nav video. Okay, after the video, I'm going to open image tag, and I'm going to select image from the images folder. We need to select image.png. Let's get rid of alt attribute. Then I'm going to add here class name, and it's going to be navbar image. Okay, after the image, I'm going to create the nav element with the class name nav, in which I'm going to insert 5 different links. Let's open a tag. I'm going to add here £. Then we need class. The class name is going to be nav link. As for the content, I'm going to leave it empty. Let's duplicate a element 4 times, because overall we need 5 different links. Okay, so I think that's it about the HTML markup. Here we have the background video and also the image. Next, I'm going to go ahead and start to write some CSS. Let's open style.css file and move the file to the right side of the editor. So the first thing that we have to do is to define a custom font using font face. So we need here @ followed by font face. So the font face allows web designers to specify a font to be used for text on a web page. even if that font is not installed on the user's computer. So I'm going to define a font family, and it's going to be alpha slab 1 regular. So this line of code specifies the name of the font family. In this case, the font family is named alpha slab 1 regular. This is the name that will be used in CSS to reference this particular font. Next, we have to define source. I'm going to use URL. And then we need font slash alpha slab 1. I mean this font here. So this line specifies the source of the font file. It uses the URL function to specify the location of the font file. In this case, the font file is located in a folder named font relative to the CSS file that contains this code. Alright, after that, I'm going to define some default styles for every element. I'm going to select every element using an asterisk. Now we need to define margin and padding. Let's set both of them to 0. Next, I'm going to use box sizing, and it's going to be border box. It means that the width and height of every element will contain padding and also the border. So after that, I'm going to define the font size of the HTML element. Throughout this project, I'm going to use rem as the measurement unit. By default, 1 rem is equal to 16 pixels because the font size of the HTML element is equal to 16 pixels. I'm going to convert 1 rem into 10 pixels, and for that we have to decrease the font size of the HTML element. So let's define the font size and make it 62.5%. So in this case, 1 rem will be equal to 10 pixels. Alright, so that's it about the default styles. Next, I'm going to take care of the container. So let's go ahead and select this element. Let's define height. I'm going to set it to 100 viewport height. It means that the container will take up 100% of the height of the viewport. Next, I'm going to place the content in the center. For that, we can use a couple of different ways. In this case, I'm going to use CSS grid. So we need here display grid. And then in order to place the content in the center, we have to use place items with the value center. And finally, change the background color. Let's use here RGB value. We need here 44 twice and then 63. Alright, after that, I'm going to take care of the navbar. Let's go ahead and select this element. Let's define the position. It's going to be fixed. Then I'm going to define width and height. Let's set both of them to 100%. And then change the background color. It's going to be black. Alright, so right now we see here just the background video. Next, I'm going to select these elements and customize it. So let's go ahead and select this element. We need nav video. I'm going to set position to absolute. Then we need object fit cover. And also I'm going to use object position with the value center. And finally, we need opacity to be 0.2. Alright, so that's it about the video. It is fit with the container and it looks pretty nice. Next, I'm going to take care of the navbar image. So I'm going to select navbar image. Let's set width to 50%. Then I'm going to define the position. It's going to be absolute. Also, I'm going to define top position. Let's make it 50%. I'm going to center the image vertically. So we need to add here transform with translate function. Actually, we can use either translate Y or we can use translate and specify here the values as 0 and minus 50%. If we used here translate Y, then the value would have been minus 50%. All right, finally, I'm going to add here opacity, and it's going to be 0.2. Okay, so here we have the navbar image. It is placed in the center of the page, I mean vertically. So next I'm going to add a couple of styles to the navbar. Let's add here display flags. We're going to align the content using Flagsbox. I'm going to change the direction. We're going to place the content vertically. So we need here flex direction column. And then we need to center the content using justify content center. And also we need here align items center. So as you can see, the navbar image is placed in the center, both vertically and horizontally. After that, I'm going to write some JavaScript. So let's go ahead and open app.js file. The first thing that I'm going to do is to create two different variables. The first one is going to be links. I'm going to select all the link elements, and I'm going to transform node list into an array. So we need here an array followed by the spread operator, and then we have to select links using query selector all method. I'm going to specify here the class name navlink. So again, we are transforming the node list into an array. Next, I'm going to create another variable, and it's going to be navtext. It's going to be an array as well. So I'm going to insert here 5 different string values. Those will be the content of the links in the navigation. So the first one is going to be about. Then I'm going to add here clients. Then the next one is going to be portfolio. Then we will have here carriers. Actually, we need here carriers. And finally, I'm going to add here fun. All right, so that's it. We have created two different variables. The first one is links, which includes all the links in the navigation. As for the second one, we have here the content of represented by an array in which we have 5 different items. All right, so now we have to iterate over each element in the links array using for each method. We need here links followed by the for each method. I'm going to pass here a callback function with 2 parameters. The first one is going to be link. Actually, we don't need here quotes. Let's add here link and then index I. So now we have to split each string in the navtext array into an array of characters, and then we have to iterate over each character using again for each method. So we need here navtext followed by the I mean the index number. Then, as I said, we have to use method called split. We have to split each string in the navtext array. Then we have to iterate over each character using again for each method. I'm going to pass here a callback function with 2 parameters. The first one is going to be letter, and then we need again index number. In this case, I'm going to use J. Okay, so now we have to create span elements using document.createElement. Actually, we need here const. We need to specify here span. After that, I'm going to define the text content of the span element. So we need here span.textContent, and it's going to be letter. Okay, so in order to see better what's happening here, I'm going to run to the console, span, then go to the browser and inspect the page. So as you can see, we have here span elements, and each span element includes the letter A, B, O, U, T. So we have here all 5 link So we have here all the textual values of the link elements, and they are represented using span elements, and each span element includes just one letter. All right, let's go back to the VS Code. So now we have to set the CSS custom property I to a value representing the delay for animating the appearance of each letter. The value will be constructed using the index j to create a delay based on the position of the letter within the string. So I'm going to get rid of this console from here. Let's add here span.style.css text. Then I'm going to open template literals. Then we need --i. Then I'm going to add here point, the variable j, and then s, which will represent seconds. And finally, I'm going to append span element to the link. So we need link.append span. All right, let's go to the browser. So as you can see, we have here link elements with the values. Let's inspect the page, check the navigation. If I drop down the link element, then you will see here span. I mean 5 span elements with the characters A, B, O, U, T, and each span element has style attribute in which we have this I variable with the values 0.0 second, 0.1 second, all the way through 0.4 second. So we will use those values to create some delay time with the animation. Let's go back to the VS Code. Now I'm going to customize the nav link. So let's go ahead and select nav link. First of all, I'm going to define the font family. Let's use the font alpha slab 1 regular, the font that we have defined here. Next, I'm going to define the font size. Let's use here a function called clamp. We have to pass here 3 different values. The first one is going to be 3.5 rem. Then I'm going to use 10 CQI, and then I'm going to insert here 10 rem. So the clamp function allows us to set a value that falls within a specified range. This function takes 3 parameters separated by commas. The first parameter, 3.5 rem in our case, specifies the minimum font size. If the viewport or parent element size is small, the font size will not shrink below this value. The second parameter, 10 CQI, is a preferred font size. This unit is a part of container query length units. If you hadn't heard of them until now, container queries are similar to media queries. However, instead of being based upon the size of the user's viewport, the styles can be changed according to the size of the element's parent containers. Now, in the same way that viewport height and viewport width are relative to the size of the viewport, container query units are relative to the size of their container. So CQI stands for container query inline, and by default it's equal to 1% of the container's inline size. In our case, we have here 10 CQI, which means that we have here 10% of the container's inline size. Alright, so this value is used when the viewport or parent element size falls within the range specified by the minimum and maximum functions. However, if the preferred size is greater than the maximum size specified by the third parameter, the font size will be limited to the maximum size. The third parameter, 10 rem, specifies the maximum font size. If the viewport or parent element size is large, the font size will not grow beyond this value. Alright, so hopefully you understand what this function does and what those values are. Next, I'm going to get rid of default text decoration from the links. Let's set it to none. Then we need display block in order to place navigation links vertically in a column. And finally, let's use letter spacing with the value 0.2 rem. Okay, so here we have the navigation links. I'm going to customize the span elements inside the navigation links. So I'm going to select nav link followed by the span element. I'm going to add here text transform, uppercase. Then we need display inline block. Also, let's change the color. I'm going to make it white. Finally, I'm going to define transform with the translate x function. Let's set it to 0. Alright, so here we have the navigation links. They look pretty nice. Next, I'm going to create the hover effect. I mean, once we hover over the navigation links, then you can see that the letters are changing their color and also they are moving with nice and cool effects. So I'm going to create this effect using CSS animations. Let's go back to the VS Code and I'm going to create CSS keyframes. Let's call the animation letter anim. Now we have to define 3 different steps. At 0% at the starting point of the animation, I'm going to define transform, translate with the values 0 and 0. And then I'm going to define the color of the text. It's going to be white. Next we will have 50%. At 50% we need to change the color. And it's going to be E6, A570. And then we need the final step, 100%. At this step, I'm going to define 2 properties, transform and color. Let's grab those 2 lines and paste them here. So translate will have 2 rem and 0. As for the color, I'm going to use color EB E8 C8. Alright, so that's it about the CSS keyframes. Now we have to apply those rules to the element, but we have to apply the animation to the element on hover. So I'm going to select nav link with hover followed by the span element, and then we have to use animation property. We need here name letter anim. Then we need the duration, it's going to be 0.5 seconds. And now I'm going to use little delay time. As you remember, we created here custom variable I, which has different values for the span elements. And I'm going to use this variable here. So I'm going to use calc function. Then we need var dash dash I. And we have to plus to the values 0.2 seconds. Because as you remember, if we inspect the page and check the span elements, the values are 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So we have to add 0.2 to each value to get some amount of time for delay. Let's go back to the VS Code. I'm going to add here one more value, forwards. Actually, we need here forwards. I think something's wrong here. We are getting those error lines here. Oh, we need here column. Okay, so now everything's correct. Okay, so now the animation should work. Let's go to the browser. As you can see, once we hover over the link elements, then we'll get this nice and cool hover effect. Okay, so I'm going to add one thing to the animation. If we take a look at the finished project, as you see, once we hover over the link items, then they move to the left side, and then we have here the color changing for the letters. So we need to add this movement to the animation. So for that, I'm going to select nav link with hover and then we need transform, translate x minus 2rem, and also we need here transition. Let's use transform followed by the duration 0.3 seconds. Okay, so now we have here much better results. And with the hover effects, we are done. Now we have to take care of the image behind the navigation links. We have to move and rotate the image on hover. Let's go back to the VS Code. I'm going to write some JavaScript. Let's go ahead and create new variable. It's going to be nav_image. And I'm going to select this element using document.query selector. Let's specify here the class name. It's going to be navbar_image. Then in the for_each method, I'm going to attach an event listener to the link with the event mouse enter. So we need here link dot add event listener. And as I said, the event is going to be mouse enter. This event will fire once the mouse enters the element. Next, we need a callback function, which will be executed once the mouse enters. In order to test how this event works, I'm going to use console.log, and then let's insert here, enter. Go to the browser and check the console tab. Actually, I'm going to attach this window to the top. Then reload the page. So once we enter the link, then we will get here enter. So again, this event fires once the mouse enters the element. Let's go back to the VS Code, get rid of console.log. So now we need to move and rotate the image once the mouse enters the link. I'm going to add here nav_image followed by the style property. Then we need transform. So as I said, we need to move the image horizontally. For that, we need translate function. Actually, let's open template literals and then use translate. So now we need to define the values for each link dynamically. Before we do that, I'm going to go to the index.html file and I'm going to add attributes to each link element. The attributes will be data position, and I'm going to add here some individual values. The first one is going to be 60, then we will have 30, then I'm going to insert here 0, then minus 30 and minus 60. Okay, let's go back to the JavaScript file. So as I said, we need to define the values for each link dynamically using the custom data attribute. I mean data positions of the link that we have just added to the link elements in the HTML file. So I'm going to insert here link.dataset.position, and then we need here a percentage sign. Next, we need to add here minus 50% because the image already has transform property with translate y value. I mean, if we check the nav_image element, you will see here transform, translate 0 and minus 50%. So we need to add here minus 50% in order to avoid overwriting the values. After that, I'm going to rotate the image and I'm going to use the exact same technique. So we need here rotate function, and then I'm going to insert here link.dataset.position, and in this case I'm going to multiply position by 8, and then we have to add here degrees. Okay, let's go to the browser. If I hover over the links, then the image will move and rotate. Let's make this effect smoother. I'm going to add here transition with transform, and the duration is going to be 1.5 seconds. Okay, so as you can see, we have here this nice and cool effect, and everything works perfectly. Okay, so now we have to take care of the menu icon. We have to create these elements, and then we have to manage hiding and displaying the navigation once we click the menu icon. Let's go back to the VS Code. Let's open index.html file and create hamburger menu right above the navbar. I'm going to open div tag, and it's going to be hamburger menu. Then I'm going to insert here two div elements with the classes line. Alright, so that's it about the HTML markup. Let's go to the CSS file and select hamburger menu. I'm going to define width, it's going to be 5 rem. Then we need aspect ratio with value 1. It means that the hamburger menu will have the same height as the width, 5 rem. Next, let's define position. It's going to be fixed. We need to place the hamburger menu at the top right corner of the page. So I'm going to define top position. It's going to be 2 rem. As for the right position, I'm going to set it to 4 rem. And then change the background color. I'm going to add here some temporary color, let's say red. Let's check the browser. So right now the menu icon is not visible. It ended up behind the background. So I'm going to fix that problem using the index property. Let's set it to some higher value than 0. Let's set it to 20. So now we have here the menu icon. Next, I'm going to customize the lines. So let's go ahead and select line. Define its width. It's going to be 100%. And then we need height. I'm going to set it to 0.2 rem. And then change the background color. It's going to be white. Okay, so here we have the lines. Next, I'm going to align them using flexbox. So I'm going to add to the hamburger menu display flex. Then we have to change the direction. We have to place the content, the lines vertically in a column. So we need flex direction column. And then we need to center the elements using justify content center. Also, I'm going to create space between the rows using row gap 1 rem. And finally change the cursor, make it pointer. Okay, so here we have two lines. They're placed vertically in a column, and we have space between the lines. Next, I'm going to create other lines using before see the elements. So I'm going to select line followed by the before see the elements. First of all, we need to define the content. It's going to be empty. Next, I'm going to set the width and height, both of them to 100%. Also, I'm going to inherit the background color. Then I'm going to change the position. Let's set position to absolute. And then we need position relative for the parent elements, which is line. Next, I'm going to define the left position. It's going to be 0. And also, we need to move the element and also rotate it. So let's use transform. I'm going to rotate the element 90 degrees. And also we need to translate. We need to move the element horizontally and vertically. So I'm going to insert here 0.65 rem for the horizontal direction. As for the vertical direction, I'm going to insert here 0.5 rem. Okay, let's check the results. So we have here the before pseudo elements. Now I'm going to take care of the before pseudo element of the second line. So I'm going to let's duplicate this code. Then add here last child. Then I'm going to get rid of those lines. So we need here rotate 90 degrees. As for the translate function, I'm going to add here minus signs for both values. Let's check the browser. Okay, so now we have the result that we needed to get. Let's get rid of this temporary red background color. So now the menu icon looks pretty nice. Next, I'm going to create the hover effect. Once we hover over the menu icon, then we should rotate it, and also we should increase the scale of the element. Let's go back to the VS Code. I'm going to decrease the scale of the element by default, so we need transform scale function. Let's make it 0.8. Then I'm going to select hamburger menu with hover, and I'm going to use transform with scale function. It's going to be 1, and also I'm going to rotate the hamburger menu. We need here 180 degrees. And finally, let's add here transition. We need transform 0.4 seconds. Okay, so once we hover over the menu icon, then we'll get this nice and cool rotation effect. After that, I'm going to manage displaying and hiding the navigation once we click the menu icon. So let's go back to the VS Code and open app.js file. I'm going to select nav elements. Let's use document.querySelector method and specify here the class name. It's going to be navbar. Then I'm going to select hamburger menu. So let's change the name of the variable. It's going to be hamburger menu. Also change the class name. We need here hamburger menu. Now I'm going to attach an event listener to the hamburger menu, and then I'm going to add new class to the hamburger menu using toggle method. We will use this newly added class in the CSS to define the proper styles. So I'm going to attach an event listener to the hamburger menu. The event is going to be click. Next, we need a callback function. And as I said, I'm going to add new class to the hamburger menu. We need here class list, followed by the toggle method. So the toggle method allows us to add a class to the element on the first click and then remove it on the next click. So I'm going to specify the class name. It's going to be active. And we have to do the same for the nav element as well. So let's duplicate this code and change here the variable. We need nav. All right. So that's it about the JavaScript. Let's go to the CSS file and find navbar. So I'm going to increase the scale of the navbar. Let's use transform with scale function. It's going to be 3. And also I'm going to rotate it by default. We need here -15 degrees. Then we have to hide. Actually, before we hide the navbar, I'm going to show it to you. So as you can see, the scale of the navbar is increased and also it is rotated. Now I'm going to hide the navbar by default. For that, let's use opacity 0 and then visibility hidden. We're going to display back the navbar once we click the hamburger menu. So that's the moment when we have to use class active, which we added here. So I'm going to select navbar dot active. Then we need transform scale 1. And also we need to display the navbar using opacity 1 and visibility visible. Also we need transition. I'm going to add here opacity 0.5 seconds. Then visibility 0.5 seconds. And finally transform 1 second. Okay, let's go to the browser. Now, if I click the menu icon, then the navbar will display, and then on the next click it will hide. Okay, so everything works perfectly. The only thing that we have to do is to keep the rotation, I mean the position of the menu icon once the navigation is visible. I mean, as you can see, once we display the navigation, then the menu icon will maintain its position as rotated. So I'm going to go to the VS Code, then I'm going to select hamburger menu with class active. We need here transform, scale 0.8, and also we need here rotate 405 degrees. Then I'm going to duplicate this code. We need to define the styles on hover. So I'm going to add here hover. On hover, we need scale 1. As for the value of the rotate function, it's going to be 225 degrees. Let's go to the browser. So once we open the navigation, then the menu icon will maintain its position as rotated. Okay, so everything works and looks perfectly, and actually with the project we are done. If we check it for different screen sizes, I'm going to open this window separately. Let's switch to the responsive modes and check the projects for different screen sizes. So as you can see, it looks pretty nice on every device. Okay, let's go ahead and describe the project. So as you can see, we have here an e-commerce card. On the left side of the card, you can see a couple of different small images. As for the right side of the card, you can see the zoomed image. So if I hover over those images, then we'll get the proper zoomed in image on the right side of the card. Okay, so that's all about our project. I think that this functionality of the card will be very useful in order to describe the product better. So I think that you will enjoy this tutorial. Okay, so I have created a new folder on the desktop called e-commerce card, in which I have a folder for the images. I'm going to open this folder in VS Code, and then I'm going to create our working files for HTML. Then we need a file for CSS, and also I'm going to create a file for JavaScript. Next, I'm going to open index.html file and create the basic HTML structure. I mean the basic HTML elements. Let's change the title. It's going to be e-commerce card. And then I'm going to link those files. I mean, we need to link CSS and JavaScript files. Let's open link tag and specify here the name of the file. It's going to be style.css. And then I'm going to link the JavaScript file. We need a script tag. And in the source attribute, I'm going to specify the name of the JavaScript file. Okay. Finally, I'm going to run the project in the browser using live server. And then I'm going to place the browser and the editor side by side in order to make our working process more convenient. Okay, so the first thing that I'm going to do is to create the HTML markup. Let's open div tag, which is going to be a container. It will include all the content of the project. Next, I'm going to create another div element, and it's going to be images wrapper. Next, I'm going to insert here another div tag with the class name images. Then I'm going to insert here another div tag, which will have two different classes. The first one will be img. It's going to be a common class name. As for the second class name, it's going to be an individual class, img1. So this element will be a wrapper of the image. I'm going to insert here image element. And in the source attribute, I'm going to specify the path of the image. We need a folder called images. And then I'm going to select image 1. Let's specify alt attribute. It's going to be image 1. Sometimes I delete this attribute at all, but in this case I'm going to add here value image 1. So I'm going to duplicate this code 4 times because overall we will have 5 images. So let's duplicate and then change the class names and also the names of the images. So in case of the second image, we need here image 2. Let's change everywhere 1 into 2. Then we need here 3. The next one will be image 4. And finally we need here image 5. So as you can see, we have here the HTML markup. I mean the images. Oops. The last image is not displayed because we need here image 5. So now the problem is fixed. Okay, so after that I'm going to add here one more element, and it's going to be a div with the class name active image, in which I'm going to insert the first image. Okay, now that's it about the HTML markup. We can start to write the CSS. I'm going to open style.css file, and first of all I'm going to create some default styles. Let's select every element using an asterisk, and then I'm going to set margin and padding, both of them, to 0. Then I'm going to set box sizing to border box. Okay. Next I'm going to define the font size of the HTML element. So in this project I'm going to use rem as the measurement unit. By default 1 rem equals to 16 pixels, and I want to convert it. I want to be 1 rem equal to 10 pixels, and for that we have to decrease the font size of the HTML element. So we need to set font size of the HTML to 62.5%. Now, in this case, when we use 1 rem, it will be equal to 10 pixels. Alright, next thing that I'm going to do is to change the size of the images. They are too bigger right now, so I'm going to select wrapper, img. Let's set width and height, both of them, to 10 rem. Then I'm going to select the image itself. So we need img followed by the image tag. And I'm going to set width and height, both of them, to 100%. And also I'm going to use object fit cover in order to maintain the quality of the image. So now as you can see, the images became smaller. And now we can take care of the container, which is the wrapper of the entire content. So I'm going to define width and height. The width is going to be 100%. Then we need height, and it's going to be 100 viewport height. It means that the container will take up 100% of the viewport, I mean the height. Next, I'm going to place the content in the center. You can do it in couple of different ways. In this case I'm going to use grid, so we need display grid, and then place items center. Now the content will be placed in the center. And finally, let's change the background color of the container. I'm going to use here color DBFFFF. Okay, after that, I'm going to take care of the images wrapper. So first of all, let's define width and height. The width is going to be 82 rem. As for the height, I'm going to set it to 80 rem as well. Then let's set background color to white. And also, I'm going to create some space inside the element using padding. Let's set padding to 2 rem on all 4 sides. Alright. After that, I'm going to take care of the images. I mean, this element here. So let's go ahead and select images. Let's set height to 100%. Then I'm going to align elements using flexbox. So I'm going to set display to flex, and then we need to change the direction of the flex and make it column because we are going to place the items vertically. So I'm going to set flex direction to column. And then I'm going to set margin top to 5 rem. Alright. After that, I'm going to add border to the image. Let's make it 0.1 rem, solid, and the color is going to be transparent. Alright, now I'm going to take care of the active image, I mean this element here. So I'm going to select active image. Let's set width and height. I'm going to set both of them to 60 rem. Then I'm going to take care of its position. Let's set position to absolute. And then in order to position element according to the parent element, we need position relative for this element here. Then I'm going to change the position. It's going to be 5 rem. And also I'm going to move the image to the right side. Let's set left position to 15 rem. Well, I think that something's wrong here. Actually, we need position relative for the images wrapper and not for the images. Let's move this line up. And now I think it should fix the problem. Okay, so now everything looks fine. Let's go ahead and select the image itself. I mean the active image. Let's set width and height, both of them to 100%. And then I'm going to use object fit with the value scale down. So when you set object fit to scale down, it tells the browser to resize the content so that it fits inside the container while maintaining its aspect ratio. However, it only scales the content down if it's larger than the container, but if the content is smaller than the container, it won't be scaled up, but displayed at its natural size. Okay, so I think that's it about the CSS right now. I'm going to open JavaScript file and I'm going to select active image, and then we need to select all the images. So let's go ahead and create a new variable. I'm going to call it active image, and I'm going to select the element using query selector method. So I'm going to specify here the class name active image followed by the image tag. Let's duplicate this line of code and select all the images. I'm going to change the name of the variable. It's going to be images. As for the class name, we need here to leave just image. And besides that, we need here to change the selector. In this case, I'm going to use query selector all in order to select all the images. Okay, after that, I'm going to loop through the images using for each method. So we need images.forEach. Then I'm going to pass here an attribute, let's call it item. And I'm going to add here a function. So now we iterate over each element in the list, and we have to add an event listener to them. So I'm going to add here item dot add event listener, and I'm going to use here event called mouse over, and also we need to pass here a callback function which will be executed once we hover over the images. So this line adds a mouse over event listener to each element in images list. When the mouse moves over one of these elements, the function inside the listener is executed. Now we need to add here the following code. I'm going to use active image followed by the source attribute. It should be equal to item dot first element child, and we need then source attribute. So let me explain what this line of code does. This line sets the source attribute of the active image to the source of the first child element of the item. So this code is meant to change the source of the active image when the mouse moves over one of the elements. So now if I hover over the images, then the active image will change properly. So as you can see, everything works fine. Now once we mouse over the image, we have to add a border. I mean this border here. We have to add border to each item. So for that, I'm going to add a new class to the item, and then we will use this class in CSS to add the border. So I'm going to add here item.classList.add, and I'm going to add here class called change. You can call it whatever you want. Then I'm going to go to the style.css file, find the image, and select it using class change. And then I'm going to add here border 0.1 rem solid, and the color is going to be 444. So now if I hover over the images, then each of them will get a border. Actually, we don't need that. We have to display the border for the active image only, like we have it in the finished version of the project. So for that, I'm going to loop through images using forEach method. Let's add here attribute image, and then we need a function. So we need to remove class change from the image. For that, we need img.classList followed by the remove method, and we have to specify here the class name change. So now, as you can see, everything works perfectly. Okay, so finally, I'm going to make the first image active by default. I mean, I want to add border to the first image once the project is loaded, or if we reload the page. I mean, if we go to the finished project and reload the page, you will see that first image has border by default, and I'm going to do the same for this project here. So for that, I'm going to go to the index.html file. Then we have to find the first image, I mean the wrapper, and add here class change by default. So now as you can see, the first image has border by default if we reload the page. Before we jump right into creating the project, I'm going to describe it. So As you can see, we have here a gallery which consists of a couple of different boxes, each of them including some icons. If I hover over the boxes, then we will get this nice and cool hover effects. As you can see, the boxes are changing their background colors, but the backgrounds are expanding from different directions. I mean, if you hover over the box from the left side, then the background will expand from the left side. I mean, from the bottom left corner. But if you hover over the box from the right side, then the background will expand from the right bottom corner. Okay, so that's the way how our hover effect works. Again, the background is changing from different directions depending on the mouse movement. I have created a new folder on the desktop called Gallery, which right now is empty. I'm going to open it in VS Code. And then I'm going to create our working files. We need 3 files. The first one is going to be index.html. Then the second one will be style.css. And also I'm going to create the file for JavaScript. Let's call it app.js. Let's go ahead and open index.html file and create the basic HTML document. We need exclamation mark, then hit tab or enter. So here we go. We have here the basic HTML structure. I'm going to change the title. Let's call it gallery. And then I'm going to link the CSS and JavaScript files. Let's go ahead and open link tag and specify here the file name, style.css. Then we need to open script tag with source attribute. And now I'm going to insert here the file name. It's going to be app.js. And besides that, we need to use attribute called defer. This attribute tells the browser to defer the execution of the script until the HTML parsing is complete. This means that the HTML content will be loaded and parsed first, and then the script will be executed, which can help improve page loading performance. Alright, so now I'm going to open the project live in the browser. We have to click here, open with live server, or you can click the button here, go live. So as you can see, the project is live in the browser. Let's go ahead and place the browser and the editor side by side like so, in order to make our working process simple and convenient. The next thing that I'm going to do is to bring in one more link here. Actually, throughout this project, we're going to use some icons. And in this case, I'm going to use icons called box icons. Let's go ahead and search for box icons. So this is the website of box icons. So we need to grab the link in order to use the icons. We have to click here, usage. Then I'm going to click import the CSS. And I'm going to grab this link from here. Let's copy it and paste it in the head element. Alright, so we're ready to start to write the HTML markup. Let's open div element, and it's going to be container. Inside the container, I'm going to open another div with the class name gallery, in which we will have a couple of different boxes. Let's open div tag with the class names box and then box 1. So the first class name will be used for common styling. As for the second one, we will use it for individual styles. I'm going to insert here I elements, I mean the icon with the classes bx, bxl, aws. Let's check the browser. So as you can see, we have here the first icon. So overall, we will have 8 different boxes. Therefore, I'm going to duplicate this code 7 times. And then quickly change the class names of the boxes and also the class names for the icons. So we need here box number 2, then MongoDB. And then we will have box 3. The icon is going to be Netlify. Then the next one will be box number 4. It's going to be TypeScript. Then box number 5. In this case, I'm going to use Visual Studio. Then we will have box 6. and the icon is going to be GitHub. Box number 7 with the icon JavaScript. And finally, box number 8, we need here GraphQL. Let's check the browser. So as you can see, we have here 8 different icons. All of them are displayed. Okay, so that's it about the HTML markup. Let's move on and start to write the CSS. First of all, I'm going to create some default styles. I'm going to select every element using an asterisk, and I'm going to set margin and padding, both of them to 0. Also, I'm going to set box sizing to border box. It means that the width and height of the element will include the padding and also the border. Besides that, I'm going to use rem as the measurement unit throughout this project. So right now, 1 rem is equal to 16 pixels because by default, the font size of the HTML element is equal to 16 pixels. I want to convert 1 rem into 10 pixels. It will be more convenient, and therefore we have to decrease the font size of the HTML element. So let's set font size to 62.5%. So in this case, 1 rem will be equal to 10 pixels. And if we check the browser, you will see that the elements became smaller. Next, I'm going to take care of the container. Let's select this element. Define height. I'm going to set it to 100 viewport height. It means that the container will take up 100% of the height of the viewport. Next, I'm going to place the content in the center. We can do that with a couple of different ways. In this case, I'm going to use CSS grid. So we need display grid and then place items center. So as you can see, the items are placed in the center. After that, I'm going to take care of the gallery. Let's select this element. So first of all, I'm going to define width, and I'm going to use one of the functions called clamp, which will take 3 different arguments. So the first one is going to be 30 rem, then we will have 90%, and then 130 rem. So this line sets the width of the element using clamp function. The function takes 3 parameters, a minimum value, a preferred value, and a maximum value. So in this case, 30 rem is the minimum width the element can have. 90% is the preferred width, which means the element will try to occupy 90% of its containing element's width. As for the third value, 130 rem, it is the maximum width the element can have. So if the containing element is larger than 130 rem, then the element's width will be capped at 130 rem. Next, I'm going to use aspect ratio, and I'm going to set it to 16/9. So an aspect ratio of 16:9 means that the width of the element is 16 units for every 9 units of height. This is commonly used for videos and images to maintain a specific width to height ratio. Next, I'm going to define the background of the gallery. Let's use background image, and then we need linear gradient function. So first of all, I'm going to define the direction of the color transition, and I'm going to use degrees. The value is going to be 95.2 degrees. So the gradient will start from the top left and end at the bottom right. Next, we need to define 2 different colors. The first one is going to be ADFCEA. As for the second color, I'm going to use C0E5F6. So in case of the first color, I'm going to add here a percentage value, 26.8%. As for the second color, I'm going to add here 64%. So let's check the browser. As you can see, we have here the background of the gallery, which looks pretty nice. We have here linear gradient effect. So at approximately 26.8% of the gradient's length, we are creating a light greenish color, and at approximately 64% of the gradient's length, we are creating a light bluish color. Alright, after that I'm going to take care of the alignment of the elements. So I'm going to use CSS grid. We need display grid. And then I'm going to use grid template columns with the repeat function, and the values will be 6 and then 1 fractional unit. So the repeat function specifies that there are 6 columns in the grid, and 1 fractional unit indicates that each column should take up an equal amount of space within the grid container. Alright, after that I'm going to specify the position of each box separately. Let's go ahead and select box 1. We need to define grid column with the values 1/4. So this line of code indicates which column lines the element should start and end on with the grid. In this case, the element starts at the first vertical grid line and ends at the fourth vertical grid line. This means the element spans from the first to the third column. The third column is included. Okay, next we need grid row with the values 1 and 2. So this property indicates which row lines the element should start and end on within the grid. Here the element starts at the first horizontal grid line and ends at the second horizontal grid line. Thus the element spans only one row. Okay, so the first box is aligned. Next I'm going to take care of the second one. Let's duplicate this code, change the class name. So in case of the box 2, we need grid column 4 and then -1. So -1 specifies that the element should end at the last vertical grid line. The -1 indicates the last line of the grid, counting from the end. This is a shorthand notation in CSS grid to specify the end of the grid without explicitly counting the number of columns. As for the grid row, we need the same values. So the second box is aligned. Let's move on and take care of the remaining boxes. We need box 3. So in case of box 3, we need grid column 1, 3. As for the grid row, it's going to be 2 and 3. And then we need box 4. So we need here 3 and 5. As for the grid row, it's going to be the same. Let's duplicate this code. We need box 5. So in case of box 5, we need 5 and -1. As for the grid row, it's going to be the same, 2 and 3. Next we have box 6. And it's going to be 1 and 3. I'm in the grid column. As for the grid row, we need 3, 4. Let's duplicate it once again. We need box 7. So we need here 3 and 5. As for the grid row, it's going to be 3, 4. And finally, we need box 8. So the grid column is going to be 5, -1. As for the grid row, it's going to be 3 and 4. Alright, so all 8 boxes are aligned. Next, I'm going to take care of the icons. Let's go ahead and select box followed by the eye element. So first of all, I'm going to define the font size. Again, let's use clamp function. So we need here 3 values. The minimum value is going to be 2 rem. Then we will have the preferred value 6 CQI. So this unit is a part of container query length units. If you hadn't heard of them until now, container queries are similar to media queries. However, instead of being based upon the size of the user's viewport, the styles can be changed according to the size of one of the element's parent containers. Now, in the same way that viewport height and viewport width are relative to the size of the viewport, container query units are relative to the size of their container. So CQI stands for container query inline, 1% of the containers, and by default it is equal to 1% of the containers inline size. In our case we have 6 CQI, which means that we have 6% of the containers inline size. As for the maximum value, I'm going to use 6 rem. Alright, after that I'm going to define the color. It's going to be 888. Then we need position. Let's set it to absolute. And we need position relative for the box. So I'm going to select box. It is a parent element. Let's set position to relative. And also I'm going to set cursor to pointer. Next I'm going to define top and left properties. Actually we're going to center the icons inside the boxes. And for that we need top and left properties, both of them with 50%. And besides that, for perfect centering, we need transform translate function with values minus 50% and again minus 50%. So now the icons are placed perfectly in the center. After that, I'm going to create before pseudo element. Actually, once we hover over the element and the background changes, it is a before pseudo element. So we're going to create this element. Let's go ahead and select box followed by the before pseudo element. First of all, we need to define the content. It's going to be empty. And then we need width and height. Both of them should be 100%. Then I'm going to define position. It's going to be absolute. And finally, I'm going to define background color. Let's use RGBA value. We need white color with the opacity 0.8. Alright, let's go ahead and check the browser. So here we have the before pseudo elements with different background colors. They are taking up the entire width and height of the boxes. Next, we have to take care of the shapes of the before pseudo elements. I mean, if we take a look at the finished project and hover over the boxes, here we'll see that the backgrounds are expanding from the bottom corners of the boxes. So we're going to get those shapes using clip path property with polygon function. So let's go ahead and search for clip path. Then I'm going to visit this website here. So this website allows you to generate different shapes. Here we have some shapes here. In our case, I'm going to select the second one, trapezoid. Let's make it rectangular. So down below you can see clip path property with polygon function and with the proper values. So we're going to change the shape of the before pseudo elements, I mean the backgrounds, from two directions, I mean from the left side and from the right side. We're going to create this kind of effect. I mean, we're going to change the background from the bottom corner in case of the left direction. As for the right direction, we're going to do this kind of thing. So that's the way how we can define the change of the background. So the values of the rectangle will be the default values, and then we will change the values of the polygon function according to the directions, I mean the left and right directions. We will use these values here in case of the left direction, and then those values in case of the right direction. Okay, let's grab those values and insert them here. Alright, so now we have to define the same clip path property with different values for before pseudo elements. I mean, we have to define the left and right directions. We're going to select box with new classes. In this case, we need left effect, followed by the, actually I'm going to use here camel case. Let's add here before studio element. So in case of left direction, we need these values here. Let's grab the code. Then I'm going to duplicate this code. Let's change the class name. I'm going to use here right effect. In case of the right effect, we need this code here. Let's replace this code. Alright, so both directions are defined. We're going to use those classes in JavaScript. Let's go ahead and open up the JS file. So the first thing that we have to do is to select all the elements with the class box from the DOM and store them in an array. I'm going to name it boxes. We're going to select boxes using query selector all method, which returns an array-like object called node list. I'm going to use the spread operator to convert the node list into an array. So let's create a new variable and call it boxes. As I said, we need an array with spread operator. We need 3 dots, and then we have to select boxes using query selector all method. I'm going to define here the class name box. Alright, after that we have to iterate through the boxes array using for each method. So let's use boxes followed by the for each method. I'm going to insert here an argument box. After that we have to add an event listener to the box with mouse move event. We're going to create the hover effect once the mouse moves over the box. So I'm going to add an event listener to the box using mouse move event, and we have to insert here a callback function. I'm going to insert event object here. So the first thing that I'm going to do here is to define the position of the cursor. So let's create a new variable and call it cursor position. So this variable will be equal to e.client x minus box dot get bounding client rect function followed by the left property. So let me explain what this line of code does. So this line of code allows us to calculate the position of the cursor. e.clientX property retrieves the horizontal coordinate of the mouse pointer relative to the left edge of the viewport. Then we have the left property. It represents the distance from the left edge of the viewport to the left edge of the element. So this calculation allows us to get the position of the cursor on the box. Next, I'm going to define the width of the box. Let's create a new variable and call it width. It's going to be equal to box.getBounding client rect function followed by the width property. So in order to make those lines clear, I'm going to run to the console both variables. We need here cursor position and then width. Let's go to the browser and inspect the page. Go to the console tab. So once I hover over the box, then we will get the position of the mouse and the width of the box. As you can see, the width of the box is 650 pixels. As for the position of the mouse cursor, it changes when I move the mouse. So we have the position from the left edge of the box, as you can see. Now it is 0 because the mouse cursor is on the left edge of the box. Alright, let's go back to the VS Code. So now we're going to create an if statement in which we have to check if the mouse cursor is on the left part of the box or on the right part. So in order to check it, I'm going to use if statements. We need cursor position to be greater than width divided by 2. So if the position of the cursor is greater than the half of the width of the box, it means that the cursor is on the right part of the box. And if this condition is false, if it is less than the half of the width, it means that the cursor is on the left part of the box. So if this condition is true and if the cursor is on the right part of the box, then we have to expand the background from the bottom right corner. Therefore, we need to insert here the following. I'm going to add a class right effect to the box, and at the same time we have to make sure that box does not include this class name. So in order to do that, I'm going to use not operator followed by box.classList.contains left effect, and as I said, at the same time I'm going to add to the box the class name right effect. So we need box.classList.add right effect. So if this condition is false, I mean if the position is less than the half of the width, it means that the mouse cursor is on the left part of the box. Therefore, we need else statement in which I'm going to insert this code and change left into right and right into left. So in this case, we need the background to be expanded from the left bottom corner. All right, let's go to the browser. So now the background is changing, but we need transition for smoother effect. Let's add here transition, clip path. The duration is going to be 0.5 seconds, and also I'm going to use cubic Bezier function with the values 0.215, then 0.61, 0.355, and 1. Let's check the browser. So, as you can see, we have here this nice and cool hover effect. The directions work fine. If we hover over from the left side, then the background is expanding from the left side. If we hover over from the right side, then the background will expand from the right side. Now we have to get rid of the background once the mouse leaves the box. Therefore, I'm going to add here to the box an event listener with mouse leave event. Let's insert here a callback function. So once the mouse leaves the boxes, then we have to remove classes left effect and right effect. So we need box.classList.remove left effect, and we need the same thing for the right effect as well. All right, let's check the browser. So as you can see, everything works perfectly. Next, we have to take care of the icons. Let's take a look at the finished project. So on hover, they are moving according to the directions, and also they are changing the color. So let's go ahead and select box with left effect. Now we need here hover effect followed by the eye element. So we need to change the color, it's going to be white. And also we have to move the elements using transform, translate with the values minus 80% and then minus 50%. Let's duplicate this code we need here right effect. As for the value of the translate function, it's going to be minus 20%. And then we need the transition. Let's add here transition, transform, 0.5 seconds, and color, 0.5 seconds. All right, let's go to the browser. Actually, this is the finished version. Let's check. So, as you can see, everything works perfectly. And actually, with the project, we are done. Before we jump right into the project, please don't forget to like the video, subscribe to our channel, and hit that notification bell so you never miss out on our future coding videos. Now, let's get started. We have here a contact form, which consists of two parts. On the right side, you can see the heading and a couple of different input fields with a submit button. As for the left side, you can see here a telephone, which has some CSS animations. It is ringing with some intervals. So I think that this project will be interesting and helpful. As I said in the beginning of the video, the project will be responsive. If I inspect the page, then switch to the responsive mode and check the project on different screen sizes, then you will find that it is responsive. All right, so now we can start to build the project. I have created a new folder on the desktop called contact form, which right now is empty. I'm going to open it in VS Code. And then I'm going to create two different files. The first one will be index.html. As for the second file, it's going to be style.css. Then I'm going to open index.html file and create the basic HTML document. We need to use Emmet. Let's place here an exclamation mark and then hit Tab or Enter. So here we have the basic HTML document. I'm going to change the title. It's going to be contact form, and then I'm going to link the CSS file. We need to open link tag, and then we have to specify the path of the CSS file. We just need to insert here the name of the CSS file. Okay, so once the CSS file is linked, then we can open the project in the browser. For that, I'm going to use Live Server, which is a package of the Visual Studio Code. So the project is open in the browser. I'm going to place the browser and the editor side by side like so in order to make our working process a little bit more convenient. Okay, so the first thing that I'm going to do is to start to create the HTML markup. I'm going to open div tag, which is going to be the container. It will wrap all the content of the project. Next, I'm going to open another div tag with a class name contact. Then we will have here a telephone wrapper. Actually, we need here wrapper. The next element is going to be the telephone itself. And I'm going to insert here a couple of different parts of the telephone. The first one is going to be handset. Then we will have here dialing mechanism. Actually, you can call those parts whatever you want. And the last part of the telephone is going to be stand. Oops, we need here stand. Okay, so I think that's it about the HTML markup for the left part of our project. I'm in the telephone. First of all, I'm going to style this part, and then we will take care of the form. Let's open CSS file. I'm going to place it on the right side. So first of all, I'm going to insert here a couple of different default styles. Let's go ahead and select every element using an asterisk, and then set margin and padding, both of them to 0. And also we need to set box sizing to border box. Next, I'm going to change the font family for every element, and in this tutorial I'm going to use font called Lucida Sans. Actually, if you don't have this font, you can download it for free and install, or you can use any font you like. Okay, next thing that I'm going to do is to change the font size of the HTML element, because I'm going to use rem as the measurement unit in this tutorial. Right now, by default, 1 rem is equal to 16 pixels because the font size of the HTML element is equal to 16 pixels. I want to convert 1 rem into 10 pixels, and therefore we have to decrease the font size of the HTML element, and we have to make it 62.5%. So now if I use 1 rem, it will be equal to 10 pixels. Alright, so that's it about the default styles. Right now the page is empty because we have just the empty div elements. Let's go ahead and customize the container. I'm going to set width to 100%. As for the height, it's going to be 100 viewport height. It means that the container will take up 100% of the viewport. Next, I'm going to place the content in the center of the page. So we can do that in a couple of different ways. In this tutorial, I'm going to use CSS grid. So we need display grid and then place items, center. Actually, we need here place items and not content. Okay, next let's go ahead and customize the context. Let's set width and height, both of them to 100%. And then I'm going to change the background color. It's going to be D8DDE2. So here we have the content. Next, I'm going to create some space inside the container using padding. Let's set padding to 5 rem at the top and bottom, and then we need 20 rem on the left and right sides. Okay, so now we have space around the content, which is created using padding. Next, I'm going to make the content rounded. I mean, we have to make the corners rounded like so. So I'm going to do that using border radius. We need here border radius. It's going to be 60 rem. And then we need 2 rem. So, as you can see, the top left corner and also the bottom right corner have the border radius equal to 60 rem. As for the rest of the corners, they have border radius equal to 2 rem. Okay, after that I'm going to take care of the telephone. Let's select this element. I'm going to define width and height. The width is going to be 30 rem. As for the height, I'm going to set it to 20 rem. And then change the background color. It's going to be 5F 9E A0. Okay, so here we have the telephone, which right now doesn't look like the telephone. Next, I'm going to place it in the center, and for that I'm going to use Flexbox. So we can add the flex properties here, but in this tutorial we're going to use centering using Flexbox a couple of different times. So I decided to create a new class called center. Then I will add here properties, display flex, then justify content center and align items center. Those 3 properties allow us to center the element. And now, in order to apply this class name to the needed element, we need to add class here. So I'm going to add class center to contact and also to telephone wrapper. So now, as you can see, the element is placed in the center. Okay, now I'm going to make this element rounded using border radius. So the border radius will be 100 rem at the top left corner. Then we have 100 rem for the top right corner. The next one is 20 rem for the bottom right corner, and also we need 20 rem for the bottom left corner. Okay, so as you can see, the the element changed its shape with the help of border radius. Next, we need to create those two parts here, and I'm going to create them using before and after pseudo elements. So I'm going to select telephone followed by the before pseudo element, and then we need after pseudo element. So let's change before into after. The first thing that we have to do is to define the content, which is going to be empty. Next, we have width and height. The width is going to be 7 rem. Then we have height, which is going to be 22 rem. Then I'm going to change the background color. Let's use here color 5, F, actually this color here. The next thing that I'm going to do is to define the position. It's going to be absolute. And then we need to position the elements according to the parent element, which in this case is telephone. So I'm going to set position to relative for the telephone. Then we need bottom position. It's going to be 0. So here we have both elements. And then I'm going to place them individually. So I'm going to select telephone with before pseudo element. And the position is going to be left 4 rem. And the same thing we need for the after pseudo element as well. So let's change before into after, and then we need here right position. So as you can see, the elements are positioned, and now the final thing that we have to do regarding those two elements is to make them rounded. So we need here border radius, and the values will be 5 rem at the top left corner, then 5 rem for the top right corner, 0 for the bottom right corner, and 0 for the left bottom corner. Okay, so that's it. Next, we have to take care of the handset. I mean, this element here. Let's go ahead and select handset. Let's set width to 40 rem. Then the height is going to be 5 rem. And also change the background color. The color is going to be BF6281. Let's check the result. So we have here the handset. And now we have to take care of the position of this element. Actually, we need position absolute for all those 3 elements inside the telephone. Therefore, I'm going to do here one thing. Let's select telephone. Then we need greater than sign. Actually, this selector in CSS targets direct children. And now it's going to be followed by the div element. Let's set position to absolute. Okay, now I'm going to define top and left properties. So the top position is going to be minus 7.2 rem. As for the left position, it's going to be minus 5 rem. Let's check the result. So the handset is positioned, and now we have to make it rounded. Again, let's do that using border radius. The value will be 5 rem. Okay, so that's it about the handset. Next we have to create those 2 elements here. I'm going to do that using, again, before and after pseudo elements. So let's go ahead and select handset, followed by the before pseudo elements. Then duplicate this selector and insert here after. So we need, again, content. It's going to be empty. Then I'm going to change the position of the elements, and it's going to be absolute. Next, I'm going to change the width and height. The width is going to be 6 rem. As for the height, I'm going to make it 4 rem. Then change the background color. Let's set background color to F1 BD 78, and then check the result. So here we have both elements placed on top of each other. We will take care of the position in a minute. Let's set bottom position to minus 4.3 rem, and then we have to define left and right positions separately for before and after pseudo elements. So first of all, let's go ahead and select handset before and set left position to 0, and then we need after, but in this case right position instead of left. Now the elements are placed correctly, and as you guessed, we have to make them rounded using, again, border radius. It's going to be 5 rem. Okay, so everything looks pretty nice. Next we have to take care of this dialing mechanism here. So let's go ahead and select this element. First of all, I'm going to define width and height. Let's set both of them to 10 rem. Then I'm going to change the background color. The color is going to be lighter, so I'm going to use D8 DDE2, this color here. Then I'm going to change the top and left properties. The top position is going to be 5 rem. As for the left position, I'm going to make it 10 rem. So here we have the elements. It should be rounded. So let's use again border radius with the value 5 rem. And also I'm going to use border. It's going to be 2.5 rem. Then the style of the border is going to be dotted. As for the color, let's use B0C1E4. Actually, as you can see, this element covers the dialing mechanism, so we need to fix that problem using zIndex property. Let's set zIndex to 1. Now the problem is fixed. Okay, finally we have to take care of this element here, I mean the stand. So let's go ahead and select stand. Let's set width to 100%. Then the height is going to be 5 rem. Then I'm going to change the background color. Let's set color to 377E 7E. Here we have the stand. We need to change the position. The bottom position is going to be minus 5.5 rem. And also we need border radius with the value 5 rem. Okay, so everything looks pretty nice, and actually the telephone is created and styled, and now we have to add to it an animation. I mean this animation here. We need to create ringing effect. So let's go ahead and do that using CSS keyframes. I'm going to find telephone and put here code for the animation. We need CSS keyframes. Let's call it telephone anim. So we need to define a couple of different steps. At 0%, I'm going to add here transform with the rotate z function. We need to rotate the elements. Actually, right now, I mean at 0%, the value of the rotate z function should be 0. Then we need a couple of different steps with the same transform rotate z function. I mean the same value. So we need here 1%, then 3%, then we need 5%, 7%, and finally 9%. So at those steps, we need to rotate elements with a value -1 degree. Then I'm going to duplicate this code, and we need here following percentage values. Actually, let's change it one by one. So we need here 2, then 4, then 6, then 8, and then 10. So now we have to rotate the elements by 1 degree. I mean 1 degree without minus sign. And finally at 11% and also 100%. I mean from 11% to 100%, we need transform rotate z with the value 0. Okay, so now we have to apply those rules to the telephone. We need property called animation. The values will be the name of the keyframes. It is telephone anim. Then we need the duration. It's going to be 4 seconds. We need to play the animation infinitely. And besides that, I'm going to play the animation in reverse. So we need to add here reverse. Okay, now let's check the results. As you can see, we have here nice and cool animation effect. I mean the ringing effect. Okay, so that's it about the telephone. Now we have to take care of the contact form. I mean those input fields. Let's go ahead and add here CSS. Actually not CSS but HTML markup. So we need to find contact, and I'm going to insert here a couple of different elements. The first one is going to be form wrapper, in which I'm going to insert h3 heading elements. Let's add here class name, form heading, and the value will be contact us. Next, I'm going to open form element. We don't need action attribute right now. So inside the form element, we will have a couple of different input fields. We need input with the type text, and also I'm going to add here placeholder attribute, and it's going to be username. Then I'm going to duplicate this code. The second input element will be for email. Let's change the Actually, I'm going to place this value inside the quotes. Let's insert here email. Next, I'm going to create text area. I'm going to add here placeholder attribute with the text message. And finally, we need submit button. Let's open input with type submit. Then we need value, and it's going to be submit. And finally, I'm going to add here class, and it's going to be form btn. Okay, so I think that's it about the second part of the project. As you can see, we have here all elements. I mean the heading and the inputs with submit button. Now we have to customize those elements. Let's go to the CSS file. The first thing that I'm going to do is to find contacts and then select div elements. So we need to set flex property to 1, and I will explain it right now. So this CSS code targets div elements that are direct children of elements with the class contact. The greater than selector in CSS targets the direct children. So the property flex1 is a shorthand property in CSS for setting the flex grow, flex shrink, and flex basis properties all at once. In this case, it sets flex grow to 1. So when flex grow is set to 1, it means that the flex item, in this case the div element, will grow to fill any available space within its flex container along the main axis. So if there are multiple div elements inside the contact container, it will grow to occupy an equal share of the available space along the main axis, distributing it evenly. So hopefully it is clear for you. Next we have to take care of the alignment of the elements inside the form wrapper. So I'm going to add class center to form wrapper, and also I'm going to add it to the form as well. Next I'm going to select form wrapper, and I'm going to change the direction of the flexbox. We need here direction. It's going to be column. And also I'm going to use a property called gap with the values 5 rem and 0. So the gap property in CSS flexbox is used to specify the spacing between the flex items along the main axis or cross axis of a flex container. It is a shorthand property for setting both row gap and column gap properties in a single declaration. So here is how it works. For the flex containers with a flex direction of row or row reverse, gap sets the spacing between flex items along the main axis, I mean horizontally. For flex containers with a flex direction of column, which we have here, gap sets the spacing between flex items along the cross axis, I mean vertically. So now if we check the browser, you'll find the space between the heading and the input fields. Now we need the same thing for the input fields. So I'm going to select form. Then change the direction. Make it column. And also use gap with the values 1.5 rem and 0. Now as you can see, we have here input fields placed vertically, and also we have here the space between the elements. Okay, next I'm going to customize the heading. Let's go ahead and select form heading. Let's set font size to 6 rem. And I'm going to change the color of the heading. It's going to be 3A, 3A, 5.8. Okay, so the heading is customized. Next, I'm going to take care of the inputs and also the text area. I'm going to select form followed by the inputs. And also we need text area. Let's set width to 40 rem. Then I'm going to get rid of border. Let's set it to none. Also, we don't need default outline. Let's set it to none as well. Then I'm going to change the background color. It's going to be 5F. I mean this color here. Also, we need border radius with the value 2 rem. And then I'm going to change the font size. Let's set it to 1.5 rem. Let's check the results. Okay, now I'm going to change the color of the text. Let's set it to white. And also we need padding inside the input fields. It's going to be 1 rem at the top and bottom and 2 rem on the left and right sides. Okay, so everything looks pretty nice. Next, I'm going to change the color of the placeholder attributes. So I'm going to select placeholder attributes for both elements, I mean input and the text area as well. So I'm going to change input and insert here text area. The color is going to be white. So now I think we have much better result. Now I'm going to change the resizing option of the text area. I want to resize it only vertically and not the horizontally, because it will break the alignment of the elements. So I'm going to select text area separately and change resize and make it vertical. So now we can resize the text area only vertically, but I want to limit this option. So I am going to add here max height. It's going to be 10 rem, and then min height, it's going to be 5 rem. So now we can resize the text area, but with those limitations. Okay. Finally, we're going to customize the button. Let's go ahead and select form btn and change the background color. Let's use here color D F6218. Alright, so that's it. Everything looks pretty nice. Also, we have here nice and cool animation, which works fine. The last thing that we have to do is to make the project responsive to different screen sizes. I'm going to inspect the page. I have already prepared a couple of different breakpoints. So let's set project to 1920 pixels and 1080 pixels. This is the resolution for extra large screen size. Actually, I'm going to switch the responsive mode. Okay, now everything looks nice. So the first breakpoints on which we have to make the changes, I think it's going to be 1650 pixels. So I'm going to create CSS media query, and we have to specify here the max width. It's going to be 1650 pixels. Let's select container and set padding to 5 rem. Then I'm going to select contact and change the border radius. It's going to be 30 rem and then 20 rem. Actually, not 20, but 2 rem. Let's check the results. So now everything looks good. And we can find the next breakpoint, which I think is going to be 1000 pixels. Let's go ahead and copy this line of code. I'm going to change the max width. It's going to be 1000 pixels. So on that breakpoint, I'm going to set padding for the container to 0. Then we have to select contact and change the direction. It's going to be column reverse. And also I'm going to get rid of border radius. Let's set it to 0. And finally, I'm going to select telephone wrapper. Let's set margin top to 10 rem. Okay, so now everything looks good. Next, I'm going to find the next breakpoint for mobile. Let's select here mobile 1 and make some changes. I'm going to change the max width. Let's set it to 700 pixels. I'm going to change the font size of the HTML element. Let's select here HTML. Then we need font size. It's going to be 50%. It will decrease the size of all the elements. So as you can see, the size of the elements changed and they became smaller. Next, I'm going to select another breakpoint for smaller smartphones. Let's duplicate this code. Change the max width, it's going to be 400 pixels. As for the font size of the HTML element, I'm going to set it to 40%. Okay, so now everything looks pretty nice and the project is responsive for all different screen sizes. I mean for desktops, for tablets, and for mobiles. Let's go ahead and describe the project. So as you can see, we have here a menu icon at the top right corner of the page. If I hover over the button, then the text will rotate nicely. And if I click the menu icon, then the navigation menu will open. As you can see, the navigation items are appearing nicely with some fade effects. So if I hover over the navigation items, then we'll get this nice and cool hover effect. Some of the letters are changing their color and also the font weight. Then, as you can see, the menu icon is changed with close icon. If I click close button, then the navigation menu will close. So I've created a new folder on the desktop called navigation menu. Let's open it. Right now it is empty. I'm going to open this folder in VS Code. And then we need to create our working files for HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. The first one is going to be index.html. Then I'm going to create style.css. As for the third file, is going to be script.js. Then open index.html file and create the basic HTML document. We need to place here an exclamation mark and then hit tab or enter. So here we have the basic HTML document. I'm going to change the title. Let's insert here navigation menu. Then I'm going to link the CSS and JavaScript files. Let's open link tag, in which we have to specify the path of the CSS file. We need here the name of the file, style.css. And then I'm going to link the JavaScript file. Let's open script tag in the head element. And then in the source attribute, I'm going to specify the path of the file. We need the name of the file, script.js. And besides that, we need to add here attribute called differ. So this attribute indicates that the script should be executed after the HTML document has been completely parsed, but before firing the DOM content loaded event. This is useful for ensuring that the script doesn't block the parsing of the HTML document and is executed in the order it appears in the document. Actually, you can link the JavaScript file by adding script tag right before the closing body tag, but in this case, I prefer to add the script tag in the head element. All right, let's go ahead and run the project to the browser using live server. We need to click here, open with live server, or you can click this icon here. So let's run the project to the browser. And then I'm going to place the editor and the browser side by side, like so. So let's go ahead and create the HTML markup. I'm going to open div tag with the class name container. Then I'm going to insert here another div. It's going to be menu. The menu will include button element with the class name menu btn, in which I'm going to insert div tag, which will include span element. The span element will have attribute called data text, and the value is going to be menu. Also, we need here menu. Let's duplicate div element. We need the same thing for closing the navigation, so I'm going to insert here close, and then we need here close as well. Okay, so that's it about the HTML markup for now. Let's open style.css file and first of all create some default styles. I'm going to select every element using an asterisk. Then I'm going to set margin and padding, both of them to 0. Next, I'm going to change the font family. Let's select font called Segoye UI. I don't know how to pronounce this font. Then I'm going to set list style type to none. And also I'm going to get rid of default text decoration using text decoration none. Okay, after that I'm going to select HTML elements, and I'm going to set font size to 62.5%. So throughout this project, we're going to use rem as the measurement unit. By default, 1 rem is equal to 16 pixels, but I want to convert 1 rem to 10 pixels, and that's why we decrease the font size of the HTML element to 62.5%. So in this case, 1 rem will be equal to 10 pixels. Otherwise, if the font size is 100%, I mean, if the font size of the HTML element is the default one, then 1 rem is equal to 16 pixels. Okay, so after that, I'm going to select the container. Let's set width and height to 100%. Then I'm going to select menu. Let's set position to absolute. Then I'm going to position the menu according to the container. Therefore, we need here position relative. After that, I'm going to define top and right properties. The top position is going to be 2 rem. As for the right position, I'm going to set it to 2 rem as well. So as you can see, the menu icon is placed on the right side. Next, I'm going to select the menu btn. I'm in the button itself. So let's set position to absolute. Then we need top and right properties. The top position is going to be 2 rem. We need the same value for the right position. Next, I'm going to set width and height. The width is going to be 10 rem. As for the height, I'm going to make it 4 rem. And also let's get rid of default border and make it none. All right. After that, I'm going to select the div element. As you remember, we have here 2 div elements. They include the spans. So let's go ahead and customize those div elements. I'm going to select menu btn followed by the div element. Then I'm going to set the font size to 1.6 rem. Also, let's set text transform to uppercase. We need to make the text uppercase. As for the width and height, I'm going to inherit them from the parent element. So I'm going to set width to inherit, and also we need height with the same value inherit. After that, I'm going to place the content in the center. In order to do that, we can use a couple of different ways. In this case, I'm going to use CSS grid. So let's set display to grid, and then we need place items with the value center. Okay. After that, I'm going to select the first div element. I mean this div element here. For that, let's grab this selector and then add to it first child pseudo class. I'm going to change the background color. Let's set it to C0FFF61, and also change the color of the text. It's going to be 444. I'm going to duplicate this code because we need to customize the second development as well. Let's change the pseudo class first child into last child. Then as the background color, I'm going to use 1E1E20. As for the color, it's going to be the same green color that we used here. Actually, we need to change the color and not the background color. Let's grab this code and paste it here. Okay, so the developments are customized. Next, I'm going to take care of the span. So let's go ahead and select menu btn followed by the span elements. Let's set width to 100%. And then I'm going to create before pseudo elements for the span elements. I mean, if we take a look at the finished project, once we hover over the menu icon, then the text will rotate, and actually the second part that is appearing on hover is a before pseudo element of this span element. So let's go ahead and select menu btn followed by the span, and then we need before. The first thing that I have to do is to define the contents. In this case, I'm going to use function called attribute, and I'm going to insert here data text. As you remember, when we created the HTML markup, we have added to the span elements data text attribute with the values menu and close. And so now I'm using those values here with the attribute function. So the next thing that I'm going to do is to define the position for the before pseudo element. It's going to be absolute. Then we need position relative for the span element because it is a parent element. Let's go ahead and define the top position. It's going to be 100%. So here we have the before pseudo elements. You can see here menu and close. Next, I'm going to add to menu button development the margin bottom. I'm doing this temporarily. We will remove this space later. So let's set margin bottom to 10 rem. Now the developments are separated, and you can see here clearly the before pseudo elements menu and close. Next, I'm going to add to the before pseudo element left position. It's going to be 0. Then I'm going to set width to 100%. And also I'm going to rotate before pseudo elements. Let's use transform. Then rotate x function with the value minus 90 degrees. So as you can see, the before pseudo elements are no longer visible because they are rotated. Actually, if I change the value, let's say to 70 degrees, then you will see the before pseudo elements. But if we use 90 degrees, then they will no longer visible because they are rotated. Okay, so now I'm going to change the origin of the transformation. Let's set transform origin to top. So this property sets the origin point for transformations applied to an element using the transform property to the top center of the element. When you use the value top for the transform origin property, it sets the vertical origin point to the top edge of the element, while the horizontal origin point remains in the center. So transform origin top means that transformations will be applied to the element based on its top center as the origin point. All right. After that, I'm going to create the 3D environment, and for that we have to use one of the properties called perspective. Let's set perspective to 100 rem. Then, in order to apply 3D environment for the before pseudo elements, we need to add transform style to the span element. with the value preserve 3D. So the before cd element is a child for the span element. When we use perspective for the div elements and want to apply the 3D environment for the grandchild of the element, then we should add transform style with the value preserve 3D for the parent element. So in this case, parent is span, div element is a grandparent. As for the before cd element, it is a grandchild for the div element. Okay, after that, I'm going to rotate span element on hover. So let's go ahead and select menu btn followed by the first div element. We need here first child, then we need hover, and we have to select span. I'm going to rotate the element. Let's use rotate X, and the value is going to be 90 degrees. I'm going to duplicate this code. Let's change first into last, and the rest of the code will remain the same. All right, so now in order to make the effect smoother, let's add here transition. We need transform. Then the duration is going to be 0.3 seconds. And also I'm going to use ease in. Now if I hover over the button, then we will get this nice rotation effect. As you see, we need to change the origin of the transformation. Let's use again transform origin and make it top. Okay, so now everything works fine. I'm going to delete the margin bottom that we used for the development. Let's get rid of it. And now it's time to use JavaScript. Let's go to the script.js file. I'm going to select two different elements. The first one is going to be menu button. Let's select this element using query selector method. I'm going to specify the class name, menu btn. Let's duplicate this code. We need to select menu. Let's get rid of btn from here. So the next thing that I'm going to do is to add an event listener to the menu button with a click event. Once we click the menu button, then we should add new class to the menu using toggle method. And then using this newly added class, we will define some styles in the CSS file that will be applied to the element once we click the menu icon. Okay, so as I said, I'm going to add an event listener to the menu btn. The event is going to be click, and also we need here a callback function which will be executed once we click the menu button. So as I said, we have to add to the menu new class with toggle method, and the class name is going to be, let's say, change. So now if I inspect the page and find the menu and then click the menu icon, you will see that it will get new class change, and then on the next click the class will be removed. So that's the way how the toggle method works. Next, I'm going to go back to the style.css file and find the development. I'm going to add a couple of different properties to the development. The first one is going to be position relative, and then I'm going to set position top to 0. We're going to move the development on click. So in order to do that, I'm going to use newly added class change, and then I'm going to select menu btn followed by the development. So on click, I'm going to change the top position, and I'm going to set it to minus for RAM. Now, if I click the menu icon, the developments will move. Actually, we need transition to make the effect smoother. Let's add here transition top 0.5 seconds, and then we need again is in. So now we have here this nice effect. Next, I'm going to hide the outer parts of the menu btn. So I'm going to add here overflow hidden. Now, as you can see, we have here this nice and cool effect. Okay, so finally, now it's time to create the navigation. I mean, we have to add HTML markup here. So right after button, I'm going to open HTML5 nav element with the class name nav. Then we need UL elements with the class name navigation. I'm going to open li elements, and the class name is going to be nav item. Then we need to insert link elements with the class name nav link. So besides the class attribute, I'm going to add here style attribute with the following value. We need here minus I equal to 1.1 second. So this inline style sets a custom CSS variable I to a value of 1.1 seconds. CSS variables allow for reusable values within a CSS file or inline styles. In this case, I is a custom variable name and it's being set to 1.1 seconds. It will be used in CSS transitions associated with this link. So I'm going to duplicate li element 4 times, and then I'm going to change the variables, and also we have to add the content here. So the first item is going to be projects. The second one will be agency, and also we have to change the value of the variable. It's going to be 1.2 seconds. Then we need here expertise, 1.3 seconds. Then I'm going to add here carriers, 1.4 seconds. And finally, we need here contact. And the value of the I variable is going to be 1.5 seconds. All right, after that, I'm going to create the links for social media. I'm going to open div tag with the class name social media. Then I'm going to open another div, and it's going to be social media group. I'm going to insert here a elements with the class name nav link, and again we need here style attribute with the same I variable. The value is going to be 1.7 seconds. As for the text in the link element, it's going to be Facebook. Next, I'm going to duplicate a elements. Let's change the content. It's going to be Instagram. As for the duration, it's going to be 1.8 seconds. And then I'm going to duplicate the div elements. I'm in the group. Let's change the content of the links. It's going to be linked in, 1.9 seconds. And then Twitter, 2 seconds. Alright, so that's it about the HTML markup. We have here all the elements. Let's go to the style.css file and start to customize those newly created elements. I'm going to start with the navigation. Let's define position. It's going to be absolute. Then I'm going to set top and right properties. Let's set top position to 2 rem. Then the right position is going to be 2 rem as well. Also, I'm going to change the background color. Let's use again this green color here. And then let's define width and height. The width is going to be 50 rem. As for the height, I'm going to set it to 60 rem. Okay, so as you can see, the navigation covered the menu button. So I'm going to fix that problem. Let's add here the index property with value, let's say 10 it should be higher than 0. So now we see here the menu icon. Next, I'm going to add a couple of different styles to the nav. We need flexbox to align the elements, so let's use display flex. Then I'm going to change the direction because we are going to align the elements vertically. So the flex direction is going to be column. Then I'm going to create some space between the flex items using justify content space between. So as you can see, we have here the links placed at the top left corner of the navigation, and down below you can see the social media links. So next I'm going to create some space inside the navigation using padding. It's going to be 10 rem at the top side, then 0 on the right side, 5 rem at the bottom side, and 5 rem on the left side. So now we have the space inside the navigation menu. I'm going to use box sizing, border box. In this case, the width and height of the element includes padding and also the border. Next, I'm going to make the element smaller using transform scale property. I'm going to make scale 0.2 and then 0.06. These are the values of the X and Y directions. Now, as you can see, the navigation menu became smaller. Next, I'm going to change the origin of the transformation. Let's use transform origin with the values 100% and 0. So, as you can see, the transform origin property may accept two values, horizontal and vertical. In this case, 100% represents the horizontal position and 0 represents the vertical position. 100% sets the horizontal origin point to the right edge of the element, and 0 sets the vertical origin point to the top edge of the element. So transform origin property with the values 100% and 0 means that transformations will be applied to the element based on its top right corner as the origin point. For example, if a rotation transformation is applied, the element will rotate around its top right corner. Alright, after that, I'm going to use class change that we added here in the JavaScript file. Let's select nav with class change. I'm going to use transform with scale function, and the value will be 1. And also I'm going to define top and right properties. Both of them will be 0. Now if I click, then the navigation will open. Let's make this effect smoother. I'm going to add here transition, transform, 0.5 seconds. And also we need here little delay time, 0.5 seconds. Then I'm going to add here is in outs. Besides that, we have two other properties, top, 0.5 seconds, and again 0.5 seconds, the delay. And then we need right position, 0.5 seconds, and again 0.5 seconds. Okay, so if I click, then the navigation will open with this nice and cool effects. Next, I'm going to take care of the link elements. So let's go ahead and select nav link. I'm going to increase the font size. It's going to be 4 rem. Then I'm going to change the font weight. Let's set it to 200. And also I'm going to transform text to uppercase. After that, I'm going to change the color for all the link elements. And actually, I'm going to add this code here. Let's set color for the links to 555. Okay, let's go back. And I'm going to select social media. Let's define the width. It's going to be 30 rem. Then I'm going to align elements using flexbox. We need display flex. And then we have to create space between the flex items using justify content space between. After that, I'm going to select social media group, followed by the A element. Let's set the font size to 1.8 rem, and then we need font weight to be 200. So as you can see, the style for the social media links is changed. Next, I'm going to add to the nav link transform property with the following values. I'm going to use translate 3D function with the values 2 rem, 7 rem, and 0. So translate 3D function moves the element along the X, Y, and Z axis. So the first value specifies the translation along the horizontal X axis. The element will be moved in the horizontal direction. The second value, 7 rem, specifies the translation along the vertical Y axis. The element will be moved in the vertical direction. As for the 0, it specifies the translation along the Z axis. But in this case, it doesn't have any effect since it's set to 0. Besides that, I'm going to use rotate X function with the value 90 degrees. This transformation rotates the elements around the horizontal X axis. Besides that, I'm going to hide the navigation links. Let's set opacity to 0. So, as you can see, the links are hidden. After that, I'm going to make them visible using class change. So let's use class change followed by the nav link. Let's grab this code. I'm going to set those values to 0. And we need 0 for the rotation function as well. Then we need to make the links visible using opacity 1. And finally, let's use transition. We need here opacity 0.5 seconds. And now I'm going to use the variable I, which we defined in the HTML file. As you remember, I variables have different values starting from 1.1 second to 1.5 seconds for the navigation links, and then we have the same thing for the social media links as well. So I'm going to insert here I and then transform 0.5 seconds and again variable I. So in this case, each link element will get different delay time. The first link will have delay time equal to 1.1 second, then the second link will have 1.2 second, and so on. If we didn't use the style attribute here, then we should have select each nav link separately with env child selector, and I think that's the better way to use different delay times for each navigation link. All right, let's check the results. If I click the menu icon, then the nav links will appear with fade effect and with different delay times. If we take a look at the finished project, you will notice that the links are appearing from the bottom side. They are appearing from the bottom side. In order to get this result, I'm going to add to the nav link display block. And also I'm going to change the height. Let's set height to 7 rem. So now we have this nice and cool effect. We need to change the height for the social media links as well. Let's set height to 3 rem. Okay, so now as you can see, everything works fine and we have here nice and cool effects. Next thing that we have to do is to create this hover effect for the navigation links. For that, I'm going to use JavaScript. So let's go to the script.js file and create new variable. Let's call it navlinks. So now we have to select all elements with the class navlink from the document and convert the resulting node list into an array using the spread operator. So we need array, then spread operator, 3 dots. Then we have to use document.query selector all method. And we have to specify here the class name, navlink. Now I'm going to show you in the console what this element look like. Let's run in the console navlinks. So as you can see, we have here an array which includes all the link elements with the class name navlink. We have 8 of them. Okay, after that, I'm going to iterate over each link element in the navlinks array using the for each method. So we need navlinks followed by the for each method. I'm going to insert here callback function with 2 parameters, link and index I. It will be an arrow function. So now I'm going to run to the console the following link.text content, and I'm going to show you that we access on the text content of the each link. So link parameter indicates each link throughout the loop, and we have here the content of the links. Let's get rid of this line of code. Now inside the loop, we need to split the text contents of each link into individual letters and iterate over them. So we need here link.text content followed by the split method. As I said, we need to split text content of each link into individual letters, and then we have to iterate over them. So we need for each method. And I'm going to insert here a callback function with the parameter letter. So now for each letter, we have to create a new span element. For that, I'm going to create span variable, and it should be equal to document.createElements. And we have to specify here the span. Then we have to add CSS class letter to the span element. So we need here span dot class list dot add the class name letter. And after that, we have to set its text content to the current letter. So we need here span dot text content. It should be equal to letter. And finally, we have to append it to the link element. So we need link.append, and we have to specify here span. Okay, so after adding all these span elements for each letter, we have to remove the original text node from the link element. Therefore, we need to insert here link.remove child, and then inside the parentheses we have to specify link.child nodes, and we have to select the first child node. All right, after that, let's go back to the CSS file and select letter with hover effect. I'm going to change font weight. Let's set it to 900, and also change the color. Make it C. Let's go to the browser, open the menu. So once I hover over the links, then the letters will change the font weight and the color. Let's use transition, we need to select letter, and then we have to use transition, font weight, and the duration is going to be 0.4 seconds. Okay, so now we have much better results. After that, I'm going to select letter with hover, and then we need plus, again letter. So this is the adjacent sibling combinator in CSS. It selects the next sibling element that directly follows the specified element. So we need, again, font weight, in this case with the value 500, and then we have to change the color. Let's make it DDD. So once I hover, then you will see that now 2 letters are changing the styles on hover. After that, I'm going to add here the following. So we need letter followed by the pseudo class has, and now we need plus dot letter with hover. So let me explain what this code does mean. So this selector targets elements with the class letter that have an adjacent sibling with the class letter that is being hovered over. So has is a CSS pseudo class that selects elements based on whether they contain a specific selector. In this case, it's looking for dot letter elements that contain an adjacent sibling dot letter element that is being hovered over. Plus is the adjacent sibling combinator in CSS. I have explained it already. It selects the next sibling element that directly follows the specified element. So I'm going to add here font weight 500, and then we need color DDD. So if I hover over the link elements, then we will get this nice and cool effect, like we have it in the finished version of our project. Before we jump right into building the project, I'm going to describe it. So as you can see, we have here a gallery in the center of the page with different gallery items. If I hover over them, then we will get here the images. I mean, each gallery item has its proper image, and they are switching with nice and cool effects on hover. Okay, so as I said, the project will be created based on HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. I got the inspiration of this kind of gallery from awards.com. It is a website that showcases and recognizes the best in web design and development. It is a platform where designers, developers, and agencies can submit their work to be judged by a panel of experts, and winners receive recognition and awards for their creativity, innovation, and technical skills. This website also serves as a source of inspiration for those working in the field of web design, providing a curated collection of cutting-edge websites across various categories. So you can go ahead and check out this website, and you can find here different cool and awesome designs. Okay, let's get started. I have created a new folder on the desktop called Gallery, in which I store another folder with 4 different images. Let's go ahead and open this folder in VS Code. And the first thing that I'm going to do is to create our working files. We need 3 different files. The first one is going to be index.html. Then we will have style.css. And also we need to create file for JavaScript. Let's call it app.js. Then I'm going to open index.html file and create the basic HTML document. I'm going to place here an exclamation mark and then hit tab or enter. So as you can see, we have here the basic HTML document. I'm in the basic HTML tags. So first of all, I'm going to change the title. It's going to be gallery. Actually, let's call it awards gallery. Then I'm going to link the CSS and JavaScript files. Let's open link tag and specify here the path of the file. In our case, we just need the name of the file, style.css, and then I'm going to link the JavaScript file. Let's open script tag. Then in the source attribute, I'm going to specify the name of the file. It's going to be app.js. And besides that, we need to insert here an attribute called differ. So this attribute in HTML is used to specify that the script should be executed after the document has been parsed. When you include a script with the differ attribute, it tells the browser to continue parsing the HTML document while the script is being downloaded in the background. The script will then be executed only after the HTML parsing is complete. Alright. After that, I'm going to open the project in the browser. For that, I'm going to use one of the VS Code packages called Live Server. You can click here, open with Live Server, or you can click the button down below, Go Live. So the project is live in the browser. I'm going to place the browser and the editor side by side so that we can work more conveniently. Alright, so now I'm going to start to create the HTML markup. Let's insert here div element with the class name container. It's going to be the element which will include the entire content of the project. Next, I'm going to insert UL elements with the class name navigation. So inside the UL, I'm going to open list item with the class name nav item. Then we need to include here link element with the class nav link. So the first nav link is going to be C to Montreal. And then I'm going to insert here a span element, and it's going to be design and development. So overall we will have 4 different list items. Therefore I'm going to duplicate this code 3 times and then change the content. So the second one is going to be Office Studio. Then we will have locomotive, and finally I'm going to insert here Silencio. After list items, I'm going to insert the gallery, which will include images, and then I'm going to insert here 4 different image elements. Let's specify the source. We need folder called images, and then I'm going to select image 1. Let's insert in the alt attributes image 1. Let's duplicate this code 3 times and change the numbers of the images. We need image 2, then image 3, and image 4. Okay, so that's it about the HTML markup for now. Now I'm going to start to write some CSS. Let's open style.css file and move it on the right side. First of all, I'm going to create some default styles. Let's go ahead and select every element using an asterisk. First of all, I'm going to define margin and padding. Let's set both of them to 0. And then I'm going to set box sizing to border box. It means that the width and height of the element will include the padding and the border. After that, I'm going to get rid of default decoration from the link elements. Let's set it to none. Then I'm going to get rid of default bullets from the list items using the list style none. And finally, I'm going to define the font family. Let's use here font called Gilles Sans. If you don't have this font, you can go ahead and download it for free and install. Okay, so that's it about the default styles. So all of them are applied to the elements. Next, I'm going to take care of the font size of the HTML element. Throughout this tutorial, I'm going to use rem as the measurement unit. Right now, 1 rem is equal to 16 pixels because by default, the font size of the HTML element is equal to 16 pixels. I want to convert 1 rem into 10 pixels, and therefore we have to decrease the font size of the HTML element. and it's going to be 62.5%. So now the size of the element should be smaller. We have a mistake. We need here font size and not font style. Now the size of the element should be smaller. Alright, so that's it about the default styles. Next I'm going to select gallery and hide it for a while. Let's use display none. So as you can see, the images are hidden. After that, I'm going to take care of the container, which is the wrapper of our content. So first of all, let's define height. It's going to be 100 viewport height. It means that the container will take up 100% of the height of the viewport. And then I'm going to place the content in the center. For that, we can use a couple of different ways. In this case, I'm going to use CSS grid. We need display grid. And then in order to place the content in the center, I'm going to use place items with the value center. So as you can see, the content is placed in the center, and then I'm going to define the background color for the container. Let's set it to FAF4ED. Alright, so the background color of the container is changed. Next, I'm going to take care of the navigation. I'm in the UL elements. So let's go ahead and select navigation. Let's define width. It's going to be 70 rem. Then I'm going to change the background color. Let's make it white. Also, I'm going to make the navigation rounded using border radius with the value 1 rem. And finally, create some space inside the navigation using padding. I'm going to set it to 10 rem on all 4 sides. Okay, so here we have the navigation. Let's go ahead and select nav item. I'm in the li element. So let's go ahead and select nav item. I'm going to align the content of the navigation item using flexbox. So we need to use display flex. Then we need to create some space between the flex items using justify content space between. Actually, we need here space between. And then we need to align the content in the center vertically using align items center. So as you can see, we have here the space between the flex items. After that, I'm going to create some space inside the nav item using padding. Let's set padding to 3 rem at the top and the bottom sides, and then we need here 4 rem on the left and right sides. Besides that, I'm going to create border at the bottom using border bottom. The values will be 0.1 rem, solid, and the color is going to be black. And finally, let's set cursor to pointer. Alright, so the nav items are customized. We need the border at the top of the first navigation item, so I'm going to select nav item, followed by the first child selector. Let's set border top to the same values here. Let's grab these values from here and add it for the border top. Okay, so that's it about navigation items. Next, I'm going to take care of the nav links. I'm in the link elements inside the nav items. So let's go ahead and select nav link. Let's set font size to 4 rem. As for the color, I'm going to use color 222. After that, I'm going to create the hover effects. So I'm going to select nav item with hover. And then on hover, I'm going to increase the padding. Let's set padding to 3 rem. And also I'm going to decrease the opacity. Let's set it to 0.5. And also let's use transition for smoother effect. We need here padding with the duration 0.3 seconds, and then we need opacity with the same duration. Alright, so once we hover over the items, then we'll get this nice hover effect. Okay, so after that, I'm going to take care of the span elements. I mean those textual elements on the right side of the nav items. Let's go ahead and select nav item followed by the span. I'm going to set font size to 1.3 rem. Let's check the browser. So the span element is customized. Actually, I think that the navigation is smaller than the finished one. Let's check the width. I'm going to increase it. Let's set it to 90 rem. So now it has the same size as the finished version. Alright, so after that I'm going to take care of the gallery, which right now is hidden. I'm going to get rid of this property from here. Let's define the position of the gallery. It's going to be fixed. Then I'm going to define the top position. Let's set it to 10 rem. Also, I'm going to define the width and height. The width is going to be 25 rem. As for the height, I'm going to set it to 20 rem. And also, let's change the background color. It's going to be 111. So right now the images are too bigger, so let's go ahead and take care of that. I'm going to select images followed by the image element. Let's set width to 100%. As for the height, I'm going to make it 25%. So now the images are smaller. Next, I'm going to take care of the wrapper images. Let's set height to 400%. And also I'm going to change the background color. Let's use here RGBA 255, then 0, actually we need here 0, again 0, and the opacity is going to be 0.3. Alright, after that I'm going to take care of the images. We need to fit the image. So I'm going to insert here object. Actually, we need object fit cover. Then I'm going to use padding. Let's set it to 3 rem. After that, I'm going to hide the outer parts of the gallery. For that, we need to use overflow hidden. So now the outer part of the gallery is hidden, and we have here just the one image. And also I'm going to disable the pointer events. Let's set it to none. Alright, so that's it about the CSS for now. I'm going to start to write some JavaScript. Let's open up the JS file. First of all, I'm going to select a couple of different variables. I mean the elements. Let's create variable and call it nav items. I'm going to select all li elements using query selector all method. We need here query selector all, and we have to specify here the class name nav item. Let's go ahead and duplicate this code twice. So the second variable is going to be gallery. In this case, we need query selector method, and I'm going to specify here the class name, which is going to be gallery. As for the third variable, it's going to be images. Let's get rid of all. We need query selector method, and then I'm going to specify here the class name, which is going to be images. Alright, after that, I'm going to iterate over nav items, and then I'm going to add an event listener to each navigation item with mouse move event. So I'm going to add to the nav items for each method, which will allow us to iterate over each item in the navigation items. I'm going to insert here a callback function with 2 parameters. The first one is going to be nav item, and then we need an index number. So as I said, I'm going to attach an event listener to the nav item with mouse move event. And also we need here a callback function with an event object. This callback function will be executed once the mouse will move on the navigation item. So once we move the mouse on the nav item, then we have to move the image. So for that, I'm going to add here images.style. Then we need transform property. It will be equal to template literals, and then we need translate y function. I'm going to insert here the value, which is going to be minus, and we need here to pass I multiplied by 25, and finally we need the percentage sign. So this line of code updates the transform CSS property of the images element. It translates the images vertically by a certain percentage based on the index of the current navigation item. So the I multiplied by 25% calculates the translate Y value, where I is multiplied by 25 to determine the percentage of translation. I mean the movement of the element. This will move the images vertically, and the amount of movement depends on which navigation item the mouse is over. So now I'm going to add transition to the images in order to make the effect smoother. Let's add here transform. The duration is going to be 0.3 seconds. Also, I'm going to add here a little delay time, 0.1 second. And then we need cubic bezier function, which will make the movement much nicer. So the values is going to be 0.215, and then 0.61, and then the next one is going to be 0.355, and then finally 1. Okay, let's check the browser. So as you can see, once the mouse moves on the navigation items, then the images are changing. Actually, the images element is moving vertically. Okay, after that, I'm going to define the proper background color for each navigation item. I mean, as you can see, each item has different background color. For that, I'm going to go to the index.html file. I'm going to add to each navigation item an attribute called data color, which should be equal to various colors. The first one is going to be F5EEE6. Then the second color is going to be, actually, we don't need here the pound sign, let's get rid of it. So the second color is going to be FF6337. Then we will have AECCC6. And finally, I'm going to insert here C86B85. All right, after that, let's go back to the JavaScript file. I'm going to create a new variable, and it's going to be color, which should be equal to navItem. Then I'm going to use a method called getAttribute, and I'm going to specify here the name of the attribute, which we used a minute ago, data color. I mean this attribute here, which we added to the list item. After that, I'm going to define the style of the gallery. I mean, I'm going to add a background color to the gallery. So we need here gallery.style.background color. And it should be equal to template literal. Then we need pound sign, and I'm going to specify here the variable, which is going to be color. And then let's add transition to the gallery. We need here background color with the duration 0.2 seconds. Okay, so now each item has its own background color. After that, I'm going to take care of the position of the gallery. So let's go back to the VS Code. Actually, I'm going to get rid of those temporary background colors from here. Then let's go back to the JavaScript file. So I'm going to define here two different variables. The first one is going to be top, and it should be equal to e.client y. Then we need same for the left position. Let's use left, and in the case of the left position, I'm going to use client X property. Okay, so the first line retrieves the vertical coordinate of the mouse pointer relative to the client area of the window when the mouse move event occurs. Client Y is a property of the event object that provides the vertical coordinate of the mouse pointer. As for the second line of code, it retrieves the horizontal coordinate of the mouse pointer relative to the client area of the window when the mouse move event occurs. This property, client X property, provides the horizontal coordinate of the mouse pointer. Now we need to define the top and left properties of the gallery. So we need here gallery followed by the style property, and then we need top property. It's going to be equal to template literals. Then we need here top property, which we defined above, and then I'm going to add here pixels. The same thing we need for the left position, so let's change top into left, and the same we need here. All right, let's go ahead. So as you can see, once we hover over the nav items, then the proper images will display with the different position. So I'm going to place the images in the center. For that, I'm going to add to the gallery transform, translate with values minus 50%, and again minus 50%. So now, as you can see, the images are placed in the center. Okay, I'm going to add little transition to those positions. Let's add here left with the duration 0.15 seconds, and then we need the top with the same duration. All right, so everything looks pretty nice. Next, I'm going to hide the gallery by default. So I'm going to add here scale function with value 0. Then let's go back to the JavaScript file, and I'm going to attach an event listener to the nav item with the mouse over event. So we need here nav item followed by the add event listener method, and I'm going to specify here the event mouse over. Let's add here a callback function. So I'm going to define the style property of the gallery. We need to place the gallery in the center, and also we need to display it using scale function. So I'm going to add here gallery dot style dot transform, and then I'm going to grab this value from here. Instead of 0, we need here 1. Let's go to the browser. So by default, the gallery is hidden, and once we hover over the navigation items, then it will display. We need to hide the gallery once the mouse leaves the navigation. So I'm going to duplicate this code. Let's change the event. It's going to be mouse leave instead of mouse over, and we need here 0 instead of 1. Also, I'm going to add transition for the gallery. Let's add here transform with the duration 0.3 seconds. Okay, so now everything looks and works pretty nice. Gallery is hiding with transition. All right, after that, I'm going to take care of the button view. This button. Right now, it is not created yet. So let's go to the index.html file and insert here button. It's going to be gallery btn, and I'm going to insert here view. Then let's go to the CSS file and select gallery btn. I'm going to set position to fixed Then let's change the background color. It's going to be 2E7, EE7. Then I'm going to set width to 5 rem. After that, I'm going to define the aspect ratio. It's going to be 1. So in this case, the height and width will be equal. Next, I'm going to get rid of border. Let's set it to none. And also make the button rounded using border radius. Actually, we need here border radius with the value of 50%. After that, I'm going to set font size to 1.2 rem, then change the color. It's going to be white. And also, let's disable pointer events, make it none. All right, after that, I'm going to define the position of the button like we did it in case of the gallery. So I'm going to select, actually, let's go to the JavaScript file. Let's go ahead and select gallery btn. I'm going to specify here the class name, gallery btn. Then I'm going to define the top and left properties in the same way like we did it in case of the gallery. So I'm going to duplicate this code, change here the name of the variable. It's going to be gallery btn. And then we need to duplicate those 2 lines of codes, change here the variable. We need gallery btn. And finally, let's add by default to the gallery transform translate with the values -50%, then -50%, and we need here scale function with the value 0. And also I'm going to add here transition for a smoother effect. Let's set transform with the duration 0.3 seconds. Then we need left 0.1 second and top 0.1 second. Okay, so as you can see, we have here the button in the center of the image. And actually, with the project, we are done. The gallery looks and works pretty nice. Before we jump right into building the project, I'm going to go ahead and describe it. So as you can see, we have here a navigation with a couple of different navigation links. Links have different background colors. Each link has its own page. By default, the home page is displaying right now. If I click the links in the navbar, then other pages will appear from the right side. As you can see, the pages have the proper background colors corresponding to the navigation links. Alright, so this project is like a draft. I don't have here any designs or lots of elements on the pages. You can customize this project on your own. The project is responsive to different screen sizes. If I inspect the page, then switch to the responsive mode and check the project on different screen sizes and devices, then you'll find that it is responsive. I have created a new folder on the desktop called navigation, which right now is empty. I'm going to open this folder in VS Code, and then I'm going to create our working files. We need 3 files, index.html, then we need style.css, and also I'm going to create app.js. Let's open index.html file and create the basic HTML structure. For that, I'm going to use emmet. We need to place here an exclamation mark and then hit tab or enter. So as you can see, we have here the basic HTML tags. All right. So the first thing that I'm going to do is to change the title. It's going to be navigation. And then I'm going to link the CSS and JavaScript files. I'm going to open link tag. And I'm going to specify here the path of the file. In this case, we just need the name of the file, style.css. And after that, I'm going to open script tag. Then in the source attribute, I'm going to specify the name of the file, app.js. And also we need here attribute called differ. So when you add defer to a script tag, it tells the browser to download the script while it's reading the rest of your web page, but it waits to run the script until after the page has finished loading. So it helps speed up the initial loading of your web page because the browser doesn't have to wait for the script to download and run before showing your content. Instead, it downloads the script in the background while showing your web page, then runs the script when everything else is ready. Alright, so hopefully you understand how the attribute defer works. Next, I'm going to open the project live in the browser. So we need to click here, open with live server, or you can click here down below, go live. So the project is live in the browser. Let's place the browser and the editor side by side, like so, in order to make our working process more convenient. So besides those links, I'm going to bring in other links as well. We're going to use some Google fonts throughout this project. So let's go ahead and search for Google Fonts, then visit the website. I'm going to search for a font called Anthem. So we have to select this font here. Let's click Get Font. Then I'm going to search for a font called Canit. Click Get Font, then Get Embed Code. I'm going to copy this code from here, and then we need to place it in the head element. Alright, after that I'm going to start to create the HTML markup. Actually, let's increase the font size. So I'm going to create a container which will wrap the entire content of the project. Inside the container, I'm going to open another div tag, and it's going to be navigation. Then inside the navigation, I'm going to insert 5 different links. Let's open a link tag with the classes nav link, and then we need home. Let's insert here home. I'm going to duplicate this code 4 times and then change the classes and the content. The second one is going to be about. Then we will have projects. Next we need blog. And finally contact. Alright, so 5 navigation links are created. Next, I'm going to create the pages. So right after navigation, I'm going to open div tag with the class name pages. And then I'm going to open another div, and it's going to be page, then home. Let's insert here h1 heading element. I'm going to insert home. Then I'm going to open span tag, and I'm going to insert here code and create. Alright, so I'm going to duplicate this code 4 times. Then change the class names and also the content. We need here about. Then about. The next one is going to be projects. Then we will have here blog. And finally contact. Alright, so actually that's it about the HTML markup. Everything is created. Now I'm going to start to write some CSS. Let's open style.css file. I'm going to move the file on the right side. So first of all, I'm going to create some default styles. Let's select every element using an asterisk. First of all, I'm going to get rid of default margin and padding. Let's set both of them to 0. Next, I'm going to set box sizing to border box. In this case, the width and height of the element will include padding and border. After that, I'm going to get rid of default decoration of the link elements. Let's set text decoration to none. And finally, I'm going to define the font family. It's going to be Anthem Sans Serif. Okay, so the default styles are applied to the elements. Next, I'm going to define the font size of the HTML element. So throughout this project, I'm going to use rem as the measurement unit. Right now, 1 rem is equal to 16 pixels because by default, the font size of the HTML element is equal to 16 pixels. I'm going to convert 1 rem into 10 pixels, and for that we have to decrease the font size of the HTML element. We have to set font size to 62.5%. So as you can see, the size of the elements became smaller, and right now 1 rem is equal to 10 pixels. Okay, after that I'm going to customize the container. Let's set width to 100%. Then I'm going to define height. It's going to be 100 viewport height. In this case, the container will take up 100% of the height of the viewport. After that, I'm going to change the background color. Let's set background color to 1B, 1F, to 5. Okay, after that, let's go ahead and customize the navigation. Let's select navigation. I'm going to set width to 100%. The height is going to be 10 rem. And then we need to align elements using Flexbox. We need to align link elements horizontally in a row. For that, I'm going to use display flex. Okay, after that, I'm going to take care of the link elements. So let's go ahead and select nav link. And then use property called flex with value 1. So let me explain what these properties do. The flex property is shorthand for 3 individual properties: flex grow, flex shrink, and flex basis. When you use flex 1, it sets the following values. This determines how much a flex item grows relative to the other flex items within the same container. A value of 1 means the flex item will grow proportionally to the other flex items in the container. If all items have flex grow 1, they will all grow equally to fill the available space. Then we have flex shrink. This specifies how much a flex item will shrink relative to the other flex items when there is not enough space available in the flex container. A value of 1 means the flex item will shrink equally to the other items. And the third property, flex basis. This defines the initial main size of the flex item before any remaining space is distributed. When you use flex 1, it's implicitly setting flex basis to 0, meaning that the remaining space in the container will be distributed equally among the flex items. So flex 1 is commonly used to make flex items within a flex container expand and shrink equally to fill the available space along the main axis. So now, if we check the browser, you will see that the navigation links take up the entire width of the navigation. Alright, after that I'm going to define the font size. It's going to be 3 rem. Then we need text transform to be uppercase. I'm going to create some space between the letters using letter spacing, 0.2 rem. Then let's change the color, make it white. Okay, after that I'm going to place the contents, the text, in the center of the link. So for that we need to use Flexbox. We need display flex, then justify content center and align items center. Alright, so after that I'm going to add different background colors to each navigation link. For that I'm going to go to the index.html file and find the links. So I'm going to add style property to the link elements. let's add here style attribute with the following values. We need here variable I, which then will be used in the CSS file to determine the different background colors. So I'm going to add here colors. The first one is going to be 1B, 1F to 5. Then the second one is going to be 3, 4, 9, 8 dB. Then the third color is going to be E, 7, 4, C, 3C. Then we will have here color 1B, C, 8, 8, 5. And finally, I'm going to add here 9B, 5, 9, B6. All right, so all the colors are defined, and now we just need to use background color. Then we need here variable, and we have to pass here I. So now, as you can see, each link in the navigation has different background color. If we didn't use here style attribute, then we would have used here nth child selectors. We would have selected each link element separately and defined background color separately. So in order to avoid writing this code, we have to use style attribute with this technique here. Alright, so after that I'm going to take care of the pages. Let's go ahead and define page. I'm going to set width and height. The width is going to be 100%. As for the height, I'm going to use here calc function. We need to calculate the height of the page. So the height is going to be 100 viewport height minus 10 rem, because 10 rem is the height of the navigation. Then I'm going to define the position. It's going to be absolute. Then we need position relative for the container, because we are going to position the element according to the parent element. So we need here position relative. Let's go back to the page. I'm going to define bottom position. It's going to be 0. As for the left position, I'm going to set it to 0 as well. Then I'm going to align content using flexbox. So I'm going to use display flex. And then I'm going to place the content in the center horizontally. For that, we need justify content center. All right, so all the pages are here, all 5 pages. Next, I'm going to customize the heading. So let's go ahead and select page, H1. Let's set margin top to 15 rem. Then I'm going to define the font size. It's going to be 10 rem. Also, I'm going to change the color. Let's set it to EEE. So here we have all the headings of all 5 pages. I'm going to actually, let's comment other pages out for a while. So here we have the heading with a span element. So next I'm going to set width. It's going to be 80 rem. Then I'm going to create some space between the letters using letter spacing, 0.5 rem. Then we need text transform to be uppercase. Also, I'm going to align text in the center. And finally, let's create some shadow effect. We need here text shadow with values 0.5 rem, then 3 rem, and as the color I'm going to use RGBA value. We need here black color, 3 zeros, and then the opacity is going to be 0.2. Alright, so after that I'm going to customize the span element, code and create. So let's go ahead and select page H1 followed by the span element. let's set display to block. We need to place the span elements on different line. Then I'm going to change the font family. In this case, let's use font called Canit, the second font that we have selected in the Google Fonts website. So we need here sans serif. Then I'm going to make text transform, capitalize, change the color, make it white, and finally I'm going to get rid of letter spacing. Let's set it to 0. Okay, so I think that the elements in the home page look good. Actually, I think that we need space between those two elements, so I'm going to add here margin top 15 rem. So now I think we have here better results. Now, like the navigation links, I'm going to change the background colors for the pages. So I'm going to use the same technique. Let's get rid of comments from here. Then I'm going to grab the style attributes. We need the same values. So let's copy it, paste it here. Then we need style for about page. Let's paste it here. Next, I'm going to grab style for the third page. It's going to be projects. Next, we have blog. Let's paste it here. And finally, I'm going to grab the style attribute for the last page. It's going to be contact. Let's paste style attribute here. So like the nav links, I'm going to grab background color from here. We need background color with variable I. Okay, so now the last page is displayed contact because each page has position absolute. So now I'm going to remove left property from here and add here transform translate X 100%. So we moved the pages to the right side. They are here on the right side. Let's add overflow hidden to the container in order to hide the outer parts. So we need overflow hidden. Actually, let's use this property a little bit later. I'm going to comment it out. I think it would be better. All right, so now I'm going to use JavaScript. Let's open up the JS file. So I'm going to create two variables. The first one is going to be nav links, and I'm going to select all nav links using query selector method. I mean query selector all method, because we have to select 5 elements. So we need to specify here the class name. It's going to be nav link. And then I'm going to create another variable. It's going to be pages. We need to select all the pages in the same way. I'm going to use query selector all method. Let's specify here the class name page. After that, I'm going to iterate over link elements. So I'm going to use for each method. We need nav links, then for each, and I'm going to insert here a callback function with the parameter nav link. So now I'm going to attach an event listener to the nav link with click event. We have to display the pages once we click the navigation links. So we need here nav link followed by the event listener with the click event. Then we have to insert here callback function, which will be executed once we click the navigation link. So now we need to iterate over the pages using again for each method. We need pages followed by the for each method. I'm going to insert here a callback function. It will have parameter called page. So now we have to display the page if the class names of the page and the navigation link matches. So as you remember, in the index.html file, each link has two classes, navlink and home, and in the same way, pages have two classes, page, home. So if the second class names of the link and the page matches, then we should display the page. So we need to insert here an if statement where we have to check if page.classList, and we have to select the second class name. So we need here 1 as the index number because the index numbers are 0 based. So if the second class name of the page equals to the second class name of the nav link, then we have to display the page. For that, I'm going to add new class to the page, and then we have to add some styles in the CSS file using this class name. So we need here page.classList.add, and I'm going to add here class name, let's call it change. If this condition is false, if the class names don't match, then we have to use else statement where we have to remove class change from the page. We need here a method called remove. Alright, so now we have to define some styles in the CSS file. I'm going to select page with class change. I'm going to move the page from the right side to the left side. So we need here transform, translate X, and we have to make it 0. Also, let's use here transition. Then we need transform, 0.5 seconds. And I'm going to use transition here as well. Actually, we need transition with transform, 0.5 seconds, and I'm going to add here a little delay time, 0.5 seconds. Alright, let's go to the browser. So if I click the navigation links, then the pages will display from the right side. Now we have displayed all 4 pages. If I click again to other pages, then as you can see, we don't have here the result that we need. If we check the final project, then display all the pages and then click again the links. As you can see, everything works fine. So I'm going to fix this issue. As you can see, we have here something like delay. So I'm going to fix that problem using the index property. Let's insert here the index with some higher value, let's say 100, and then check the results. So if I display all the pages and then click again other links, then the problem will be fixed. Okay, so now I'm going to get rid of the scroll bars. Let's get rid of comments from here. Now the scroll bars are hidden. So before we move on to the responsive mode, I'm going to fix one tiny issue. If I reload the page, then the home page will be empty. I mean, it is hidden right now. As you remember, the container has background color, so now the container is displaying. So in order to fix that problem, I'm going to add class change to the first page and the home page by default. Let's add here change. And now, once we reload the page, then the home page will be displayed by default without clicking the link home. Alright, so everything works fine. Now I'm going to move on and make the project responsive. Let's inspect the page and switch to the responsive mode. So I have here all different screen sizes and devices. We have 6 different breakpoints for the desktop screens. If we check all of them, then you will find that project looks responsive. Next, I'm going to select tablet. So I'm going to make some changes for tablets. Let's go ahead and use CSS media query. I'm going to insert here media followed by the max width, and the value is going to be 820 pixels. I'm going to decrease the font size of the HTML element. It will allow us to decrease the size of all the elements. So let's set font size to 57% and check the results. So as you can see, the project looks good on tablets. Let's select the second breakpoint for tablet. It looks good. Now I'm going to move on and take care of the mobile devices. Let's select mobile 1. So we have to make here some changes. Actually, on mobile screen sizes, I'm going to change the text content of the navigation links. I'm going to leave first 2 letters of the text. I mean, if we check the final project for mobile screen sizes, you will see that we have here just 2 letters from the links. I'm going to do that using JavaScript. So let's go to the VS Code and open up.js file. I'm going to insert inside the the first for each method, if statement, where we have to check if the size of the window is less than or equal to the mobile size, the screen of the mobile. So we need here if statement, in which I'm going to check if window.inner width is less than or equal to 430 pixels. Now we have to define the new text for the link elements. Let's create a new variable and call it new text. Then I'm going to use navlink followed by the text content. We have to access the text content of the navlink, and then I'm going to use method called split, which splits the element and returns an array. In order to see it better, I'm going to run to the console, new text. Let's check the browser. I'm going to check the console. So as you can see, we have here arrays, and each array includes the letters represented as strings. So now we have to grab the first letters from the arrays and then the second items, the second letters. For that, I'm going to add here index number 0. Then I'm going to wrap this code with curly braces and add here and $sign. And then I'm going to wrap this code with template literals. Now we need the same code for the second letter. We need here index number 1. So now if we check the console, we will get here the first 2 letters of each link element. Alright, now we have to display those 2 letters. I'm going to select navlink followed by the text content, and it should be equal to nav text. Actually, not nav text, but new text. Alright, so as you can see, each link element now has 2 letters as the content. Now we have here one little problem. If I switch to the tablet or desktop screen size, then the 2 letters, the text content of the link elements will be maintained. We don't need that, so we need to reload the page once the window is resized. So for that, I'm going to attach an event listener to the window object. The event is going to be resized. So once the window is resized, then we have to reload the page. We need here location.reload. So now, as you can see, if we switch to the mobile Then if we switch to the other device, let's say tablet, then the problem will be fixed. All right, now let's go back to the mobile. So I'm going to create new breakpoints. Let's duplicate this code and change the max width. It's going to be 430 pixels. The font size will be 50% on this breakpoint. So now everything looks good. Let's check the other breakpoints. Mobile 2. Everything looks good. Then we have mobile 3. Now I'm going to make here the exact same change. I'm going to duplicate this code. Let's change the breakpoint. The max width is going to be 375 pixels and the font size will be 40%. Okay, so now everything looks good, and actually with the project we are done. Hopefully it was interesting and you learned some new stuff. In this video we're going to create a video slider using HTML, CSS and JavaScript. But before we dive into building the project, let me describe it for you. As you can see, we have the main video playing on the page, spanning the entire screen. Alongside there is a heading indicating which video is currently playing. Below you will find 4 smaller videos, each playing as well. Clicking on any of them will switch the main video, and also it will update the heading accordingly. I have prepared here our working files, index.html, style.css and app.js. In the index.html file you can find the basic HTML document, which includes a couple of different links. We have links for our working files, files for CSS and JavaScript. You can see here both links, and also I have brought in here the link for Font Awesome Icons. Besides that, we have here the folder called videos, in which we store all the videos that we're going to use throughout this project. You can download the starter files from the link in the description. Alright, so the project is already run in the browser, and now I'm going to start to create the HTML markup. So I'm going to open section element with the class name landing. Inside landing I'm going to open another div which is going to be slider, and inside slider we need to create the slide itself. So we need here div element with the class name slide, in which I'm going to insert video tag. So we need to specify here the path of the video file. As I said, we have the folder called videos, in which I'm going to search for the first video, video number 1. And besides that, I'm going to add a couple of different attributes. The first one is autoplay. It means that the video will be played automatically. Next we need loop. It means that the video will play infinitely. And also I'm going to add here muted, which means that the video will be muted and we won't hear any sound of the video. Okay, so overall we need 5 videos. I'm going to duplicate slide 4 times and change the names of the video files. We need here video number 2, then video number 3. The next one is going to be video number 4 and video number 5. Alright, so that's it about the HTML markup. Let me zoom the code. So here we have all 5 videos, and now I'm going to start to write some CSS. First of all, I'm going to define a couple of different default styles. I'm going to select every element using an asterisk, and I'm going to define margin and padding. Let's set both of them to 0. Also, we need box sizing to be border box. It means that the width and height of the element will include the padding and the border. Next, I'm going to define the font size of the HTML element. and I'm going to set it to 62.5%. I'm doing this because we're going to use RAM as the measurement unit throughout this project. By default, 1 RAM is equal to 16 pixels because the font size of the HTML element is equal to 16 pixels. I want to convert 1 RAM into 10 pixels, and that's why we define the font size of the HTML equal to 62.5%. So in this case, 1 RAM will be equal to 10 pixels. All right. After that, I'm going to select landing and define width and height. Let's set width to 100%. As for the height, I'm going to make it 100. Viewport height, it means that the height of the landing will be 100% of the viewport. Next, I'm going to select slider and I'm going to define the width and height. I'm going to use the same width and height for the slider, so we can set width to inherit, and then we need height with the same value. So in this case, the slider will inherit width and height from the parent element, which is a landing. All right, after that, let's go ahead and select slide and define its width and height. The width is going to be 20 RAM. As for the height, I'm going to make it 35 RAM. Let's check the browser. So here we have the videos. Right now they look pretty ugly. So let's go ahead and continue. I'm going to select video and I'm going to inherit width and height from the slide. Let's set width to inherit, and then the height will be inherit as well. So now, as you can see, the videos take up the width and height of the parent element, which is slide. Next, I'm going to define active slide. I mean the main video, which will be play on the entire screen. So let's go ahead and add class active to the first slide. Then I'm going to select active with slide, and I'm going to define width as 100 viewport width, and then height is going to be 100 viewport height. So in this case, the active slide will take up 100% of the viewport as the width and 100% of the viewport as the height. Okay, so here we have the first video, which is much bigger than the rest of the slides. Next, I'm going to define the position for the slide. It's going to be absolute. And after that, I'm going to add to the active slide top position 0 and left position 0. Okay, after that, I'm going to take care of the videos. Let's add here two properties. The first one is going to be object fit cover, and then we need object position. It's going to be center. So the first property, I mean object fit, specifies how the video should be resized to fit its container while preserving its aspect ratio. So when we set it to cover, the video is stretched or shrunk as necessary to completely cover the container while maintaining its aspect ratio. As for the object position, this property determines the position of the video within its container when the object fit property is set to cover. In this case, setting it to center means that the video will be centered within its container, both horizontally and vertically. All right, let's check the browser. So we have here the slide. Now it has kind of different shape. So next thing that I'm going to do is to add some inline styling to the HTML elements. I mean those 4 slides here. So I'm going to add to all those 4 slides the style attribute, in which I'm going to insert a custom CSS variable I with a specific value. I mean, we will have values from 4 to 1, and this variable will be used for styling purposes in a minute. So as I said, we need here variable I, and I'm going to enter here some values. We need 4, then 3, then 2, and 1. Alright, after that, I'm going to select all the slides except the active one. So I'm going to select slide, followed by the not pseudo class, and inside the parentheses, I'm going to indicate class active. So with this selector, we are selecting all the slides except the active one. I'm going to define top and left positions. So the top position is going to be calc. This is function which makes some calculations. I'm going to insert here 100% minus 37 RAM. So this property positions the non-active slides at the bottom of their container, leaving a gap of 37 RAM from the bottom of the container. Next, we need left property. And again, I'm going to use calc function. And I'm going to insert here 100% minus variable I multiplied by 22 RAM. So this line of code positions the non-active slides horizontally based on the value of the custom CSS variable. I mean this variable. As you can see, they have different values. The first slide has 4, then 3, then 2, then 1. So the slides are spaced out from each other by a distance of 22 RAM. And their positions are calculated relative to the right edge of their container. Okay, so let's go ahead and check the browser. Actually, the videos should be placed down. We have maybe a little mistake. Actually, we need here space. Now let's check the browser. Okay, so now everything works fine, and the slides, I mean those small videos, are placed correctly. After that, I'm going to decrease the opacity. Let's set it to 0.7. And also I'm going to set cursor to pointer. Alright. So the opacity is changed, and also we have here cursor pointer. Next, I'm going to create hover effect. I mean, once we hover over the slides, we need to increase the opacity. I'm going to select slide with not pseudo class. Then we need here to exclude the active slide. And I'm going to add here hover. So on hover, I'm going to increase the opacity. Let's set it to 0.9. Alright, so the hover effect works. Next, I'm going to take care of the play buttons. I mean those buttons here. So let's go to the VS Code and select slide with before pseudo element. I'm going to define content, and in this case I'm going to use font awesome icons. So as the content, we need to place backslash, then F01D, and then we need font family with the following value: font awesome 6.3. Okay, next I'm going to define the font size. Let's set it to 3 RAM. Then the color is going to be white. Also, I'm going to change the position. Let's make it absolute. Let's check the browser. So here we have the play buttons. I'm going to place them in the center of the slides. So I'm going to add here display grid, and then place items, center. Those two properties allow us to center the content inside the element. So now, as you can see, the play buttons are placed inside the slide, in the center of the slide. After that, I'm going to make the slides rounded using border radius. Let's set it to 1 rem. And then I'm going to hide the play button from the main, the active slide. Let's select active dot slide followed by the before pseudo element. Let's set opacity to 0, and then we need border radius for the video as well, because as you can see, the corners are still sharp, so we need to make them rounded. Right now the corners of the slide is rounded, and we need the same thing for the video as well, so I'm going to set border radius to inherit. So as you can see, now the corners of the slides are rounded. Besides that, I'm going to decrease the brightness. So let's use filter with the function brightness, and the value is going to be 50%. Okay, so now I think that we have much better results. Actually, the play buttons are no longer visible. Let's fix that problem using z-index property. We need to insert here z-index with some higher value, let's say 5. So now the buttons are displayed back. Alright, the next thing that I'm going to do is to get rid of border radius from the main slide. If you take a look at the corners, you will see here the border radius, which doesn't look quite good. So I'm going to find active slide and insert here border radius with value 0. So now we no longer have here border radius, and also I'm going to add here one more style. Let's select body element and add to it overflow hidden in order to hide all outer parts from the page. Alright, so now we need to take care of the headings of the slides. I'm going to add content to the HTML file. We need to insert h1 heading elements right after the videos. Let's add h1 with the classes slide heading, and I'm going to insert here content. The first one is going to be horses. Then we will have volcano. The next one is going to be yacht. Then we have beach. And the last one is going to be ocean. Alright, so here we have the headings. I'm going to customize the headings. Let's go ahead and select slide heading. I'm going to set position to absolute. Then we need the position. It's going to be 5 rem. Also define left position. Let's set it to 5 rem as well. Then I'm going to change the font family. Let's use font called Lucida Sans. If you don't have this font, you can download it for free and use it. Next, I'm going to change the font size. And in this case, I'm going to use one of the functions called clamp, and I will explain it in a minute. The values will be 4 rem, then 10 CQI, and then we will have 15 rem. Okay, so the clamp function is a CSS function used to set a value within a specified range. It takes 3 parameters: the minimum value, the preferred value, and the maximum value. So in our example, we have clamp function with 4 rem, 10 CQI, and 15 rem. So the first value is a minimum font size. It ensures that the font size will be at least 4 rem. Then we have 10 CQI. This is the preferred font size, and this unit is a part of container query length units. If you hadn't heard of them until now, container queries are similar to media queries. However, instead of being based upon the size of the user's viewport, these styles can be changed according to the size of one of the element's parent containers. Now, in the same way that viewport height and viewport width are relative to the size of the viewport, container query units are relative to the size of their container. So CQI stands for container query inline, and by default 1%, and by default it equals to 1% of the container's inline size. In our case, we have here 10 CQI. It means that we have 10% of the container's inline size. Okay, so the third value is 15 rem, and this is the maximum font size. It ensures that the font size will not exceed 15 rem. So the clamp function in this context sets the font size to be at least 4 rem, preferably 10 CQI, I mean the 10% of the container's inline size, but no larger than 15 rem. Actually, we need here comma. So the browser will choose a font size within this range based on the available space and the preferred font size, ensuring readability while also adapting to different screen sizes. Alright, so hopefully it is clear for you. Next, I'm going to add here text transform, uppercase, and also I'm going to set font weight to 300. Alright, so I think that we need color for our font. Let's set color to RGBA value. It's going to be white color with opacity 0.431. Alright, so that's it about the headings. It looks good. Next, I'm going to hide those headings. So for that, I'm going to select slide. Then we need not pseudo class, and I'm going to exclude class active. And after that, I'm going to select slide heading. Let's hide the headings using visibility hidden and opacity 0. So as you can see, the headings of those slides are hidden. Actually, let's add a little transition to this hover effect. I'm going to add to the slide transition all 0.5 seconds. Alright, so now it's time to make our slider work, and for that we have to use JavaScript. Let's go to the JavaScript file. So the first thing that I'm going to do is to select all elements with the class slide and convert them into an array using the spread operator. So I'm going to create a new variable, let's call it slides. Now we need array with spread operator, we need 3 dots, and now I'm going to select slides using query selector all method, and I'm going to specify here the class name slide. Actually, we need here parentheses and then dot slide. Next, we have to iterate over each slide element in the array using for each method, and also we need to attach a click event listener to it. So let's use for each method, and then I'm going to insert here callback function with the parameter slide. So as I said, we have to attach an event listener to each slide in the array. So we need here slide.add event listener, and we have to specify here the event type. It's going to be click. Then we need callback function, which will be executed once we click the slide. So now we have to select the currently active slide by querying for an element with both classes slide and active. So I'm going to create a new variable. Let's call it active slide. it should be equal to document.querySelector, and I'm going to insert here both classes, I mean slide followed by the active. Next, we need to create another variable, and I'm going to call it active slide props. Let's insert here the code, and then I will explain what this code means. So I'm going to use one of the methods called object.assign, and inside the parentheses I'm going to insert the following. We need active slide dot get bounding client rect function. So this line calculates the position and dimensions of the active slide using the getBounding client rect method, and then creates a copy of those properties using object.assign. So again, object.assign method is used to copy the values of all enumerable onProperties from one or more source objects to a target object. In this case, it is used to copy the properties of the result of ActiveSlide.getBounding client rect into a new object. On the other hand, getBounding client rect returns the size of an element and its position relative to the viewport. It returns a DOM rect object containing properties like width, height, top, left, bottom, and right. So I can show you in the console. Let's insert here active slide props. Let's go to the browser, inspect the page, switch to the console tab. So as you can see, we have here DOM rect object, and it contains properties like width, height, top, left, bottom, and right properties. So in summary, this line of code calculates and copies the properties such as width, height, position of the currently active slide element into a new object named active slide props. Okay, next we have to calculate the position and dimensions of the clicked slide. So we need new variable, and it's going to be slide props. It should be equal to slide dot get bounding client rect. So again, this variable stores the position and dimensions of the clicked slide. If we run this variable into console, let's check the console tab. So as you can see, we have here two DOM rect objects. If I click any of the slides and check the result, you will find here the position and dimensions of the clicked slide. All right, let's get rid of those two lines. So now we have to set the CSS properties of the currently active slide to match the properties of the clicked slide. This effectively moves and resizes the active slide to the position and size of the clicked slide. So I'm going to insert here active slide dot style dot CSS text equal to template strings, and now we need to define width, height, top and left properties. The width is going to be slide props dot width, and we have to add here pixels. Then we need to define height. It's going to be again slide props dot height. We need pixels. Then in the same way, we need top position. It's going to be slide props dot top pixels. And then finally, we need left position. It's going to be slide props dot left. We need here pixels. Okay, so after that, we have to set the CSS properties of the clicked slide to match the properties of the previously active slide. So I'm going to duplicate this code and I'm going to insert here slide.style.css text, and then instead of slide props we need here active slide props. So let's copy this variable and insert it here. Okay, so I think everything is correct. Next we have to remove the active class from the previously active slide. So we need here active slide dot class list dot remove, and I'm going to insert here class active. And after that we have to add the active class to the clicked slide, marking it as the new active slide. So we need here slide dot class list dot add, and we need here active. Okay, let's go to the browser and click the slides. So as you can see, they are switching, but we have here little problem. Once we click, then it ends up behind the active slide. So we need to fix that problem using the index property. We need to find here active slide. Let's insert here the index equal to 5, and then I'm going to insert here the index property with higher value 10. So now if we click, then you will see that the problem is fixed. Next we have to change the background color of the slider. I'm going to set background to 1 F3 3 4 6. So now we have much better results. And after that I'm going to add a couple of different transitions to make the effect of the slider much more better and nicer. So I'm going to get rid of this transition from here, and then I'm going to insert here transition with the following values. We need top 0.5 seconds, then we need left position 0.5 seconds. Next we have width with 1 second, then height 1 second, and opacity 0.5 seconds. Okay, after that I'm going to add again transition to this code here. Let's see transition. We need here top 1 second, then left 1 second, width 0.5 second, then height 0.5 second, and opacity 0.5 second. Okay, let's check the browser. So now we have much better result. Let's add a couple of transitions again. Now we need transition for slide heading. It's going to be opacity 1 second, 0.5 second, and then visibility 1 second, 0.5 second, and also we need transition here as well. Let's add here opacity 0.3 second and visibility 0.3 second. Okay, let's add 2 more transitions to before pseudo element. It's going to be opacity 1 second, and then we need transition opacity 0.5 seconds. Okay, let's go to the browser. So now, as you can see, everything works perfectly. So we can say that we have finished building the project. The only thing that we have to do is to make it responsive for different screen sizes. When I was working on this project, specifically on the responsive part, I encountered something strange with Google Chrome. Let's go to the finished version and inspect the page. So I'm going to switch the responsive mode. So if I make the screen smaller, you can see here those white spaces. I don't know the reason. The project is definitely responsive and adaptable to all different screen sizes, but for some reason Google Chrome doesn't work properly. Maybe it's because we are using videos here, but honestly I don't know. So I've decided to use Mozilla Firefox instead of Google Chrome. I'm gonna close this tab and open Mozilla Firefox. So here we have the Mozilla Firefox and the responsive mode is switched on. So I'm going to find the breakpoint on which we have to make some changes. So the first breakpoint is going to be, I'm going to select this screen size here. Actually, let's select tablet mode. So I'm going to define CSS media query with max width of 1200 pixels. I'm going to select slide and set width to 10 rem. As for the height, it's going to be 15 rem. Then I'm going to select slide not with active class. I'm going to define top and left properties. Actually, I'm going to copy the code from here. We need those two properties. Let's insert them here. So I'm going to make this value 17 rem. As for the 22 rem, I'm going to make it 12 rem. Let's refresh the page. Okay, so I think it looks good. Next, I'm going to check the mobile screen. So I'm going to create the next breakpoint. Let's set max width to 520 pixels. I'm going to decrease the font size of the HTML element. Let's make it 45%. Okay, so that's it. The project is responsive to different screen sizes. We have here videos with very good quality. That's why we have here some glitches. So don't worry about it. The main thing is that the project is responsive, and actually we can say that the project is finished. In this video, we're going to be building this nice Nike product card with HTML, CSS, and a little bit of JavaScript. The project is going to be a kind of simple one, but I hope you will enjoy it. Let's go ahead and describe the project. As you can see, we have here a card which consists of a couple of different parts. The card is split in two main parts. We have the top part and bottom, and also you can see here the image of the shoe. The bottom part contains some information about the product, I mean the name, description, size, price, and so on. Down below you can switch between the colors. If I click the red color, then the shoes will switch with a nice transition effect, and also the colors of the card will change. Alright, so that's all about the project. Let's get started. I've created a new folder on the desktop called Nike card, in which we have another folder for the images. Let's go ahead and open this folder in VS Code and create our working files. I mean index.html, style.css, and script.js. Then open the index.html file and create a basic HTML document. For that I'm going to use Emmet. Let's place here the exclamation mark and hit Tab or Enter. Alright, first of all I'm going to change the title. It's going to be Nike card. Then let's link the CSS and JavaScript files. Let's specify here the path of the file. As for the JavaScript file, I'm going to open script tag, and then we have to specify here the name of the file. Okay, after that I'm going to bring in a couple of different links. Throughout the project I'm going to use font awesome icons and also a Google font. Let's go ahead and bring in the links. Let's start with the font awesome icons. I'm going to search for font awesome CDN.js. We need the first link here. Let's open a link tag in the head element and paste the CDN link as the value of the href attribute. Alright, let's move on and take care of the Google font. I'm going to visit the Google Fonts website. Throughout this project, I'm going to use a font called Quicksand. Let's select all the styles. Then grab the link and paste it in the head element. Okay, so we are almost ready to start to build the project. Let's run the project to the browser using a live server package. Then place the editor and the browser side by side, like so, and get started. First of all, I'm going to create the HTML markup. Let's open div tag with a class container. Next, we need another div tag, which is going to be the wrapper of the card. And after that, let's create the card itself. So as I said, the card will consist of two main parts. We'll have the top side and the bottom side. So let's open div tag, which is going to be card top. And then we need another div tag, card bottom. Alright, let's take care of the top side. It will consist of a couple of different elements. The first one is going to be the logo of the Nike. So let's open image tag with the class logo and then select the image, which is going to be Nike.png. Then we will have some text elements. I'm going to open div tag with the class card top text, in which we will have two different elements. I mean h1, it's going to be the name AR structure, and then we will have paragraph with some dummy text. Besides that, we will have here the images of the shoes. Let's open image tag with the class shoe1 and select shoe1.png. Let's duplicate this code and change the class name and also the name of the image. Alright, so that's it about the top side. Let's move on and take care of the bottom side. Like the top side, we will have here a couple of different elements. Let's open h1 heading tag with the text AR structure. Then we will have a div tag, which is going to be the badge with the text new. Next, we need another heading element, in this case h3, running collections. After that, I'm going to insert here the stars. Let's open div tag with the class stars, in which we will have 5 font awesome icons. We need I element with the classes fa solid, fa star. Let's duplicate it 4 times. Next, we will have the size. Let's open div tag with the class size. Insert here h4 heading element with the text size. And then we need a couple of span elements which will indicate the sizes. Let's start from 7 through 11. Alright, that's it about the sizes. Next we will have the colors. Let's open div tag with the class color. Then we need h4 heading element with the text color. Then open another div tag with the class colors and insert here two div tags with the classes color1 and color2. Okay, so with the colors we're done, and finally we need to add here the price. Let's open div tag with the class price. We will have here two span elements. The first one is going to be the currency USD, and for the second one we'll have here the price. Alright, so that's it regarding the HTML markup. Now we can start to write the CSS. First of all, let's create some reset and default styles. I'm going to select every element using an asterisk. At first, let's get rid of default margin and padding. Let's set both properties to 0. Then I'm going to set box sizing to border box. And also change the font family. Use here the Google font Quick Sand sans serif. Throughout the project I'm going to use rem as a measurement unit. Right now 1 rem equals 16 pixels because by default the font size of the HTML element is equal to 16 pixels. I want to convert 1 rem into 10 pixels, and for that we have to decrease the font size of the HTML element to 62.5%. So as you can see, the elements are smaller now. Before we move on, I'm going to make those images smaller, and also I want to hide one of the shoes. In order to hide the image, I'm going to use an attribute called hidden. As for the logo and the shoe, let's make them smaller. Select logo and define width as 8 rem. As for the shoe one, I'm going to make its width 30 rem. Okay, so now we have a much better result and we can start to customize the container. Let's select it and first of all define its width and height. I'm going to set width to 100%. As for the height, it's going to be 100% of the viewport. Also, let's change the background color. I'm going to use here color 262626. And then I want to place the card wrapper in the center of the page. For that, we can use CSS grid. Let's use display grid and then place items center. Alright, that's it about the container. Let's move on and customize the card wrapper. Select this element and first of all define its width and height. The width is going to be 50 rem. As for the height, I'm going to make it 70 rem. Also, I'm going to use here some temporary background color. Let's say C. Then I'm going to create some space inside of the wrapper. I mean on the left and right sides using padding. Let's set it to 0 at the top and bottom and 10 rem on the left and right sides. And also I'm going to center the card itself. So let's use again display grid and place items center. Okay, so as you can see, the wrapper of the card is customized. Next, I'm going to take care of the card itself. Let's select it and define its width and height. I'm going to set width to 30 rem. As for the height, it's going to be 55 rem. Then change the background color. I'm going to use here color E. Also, I'm going to make the corners of the card rounded using border radius with value 2.5 rem, and then use a box shadow with values 0, 2 rem, 6 rem, and the color is going to be RGBA value. I mean the black color with opacity 0.7. Okay, so the card looks a bit better. Actually, we can get rid of that temporary background from the card wrapper. Let's move on and start to work on the top side of the card. Let's select this element, define its width and height. The width is going to be 100%. As for the height, I'm going to make it 50%. It will take up the half of the height of the card. Then the background color is going to be F1 AE04. Also, let's create some space inside of the element using padding. I'm going to make it 3 rem on all 4 sides. And also we need here border radius. Border radius at the top left and top right corners. So let's make them 2.5 rem. As for the bottom right and bottom left corners, they will be 0. Okay, so the card is getting nicer step by step. Let's go ahead and customize the elements of the top side. I'm going to start with the logo. It already has the width. And I'm going to create some space at the bottom using margin bottom 2 rem. Next, I'm going to take care of these text elements. Let's select card top text and change the color, make it white. Next, I'm going to select H1 heading element. I'm going to increase the font weight. Let's make it 600. Also transform text into uppercase. Then I'm going to create some space between the letters. Let's make it 0.1 rem. And also create some space at the bottom using margin bottom 1 rem. Alright, so the only elements that we need to customize in the top side is the image of the shoe. I'm going to change its position. Let's set position to absolute. Actually, we need to position the image according to the card, so we need position relative for the card. And then define top and right properties. I'm going to set top position to minus 2.5 rem. As for the right position, it's going to be minus 10 rem. Alright, so that's it about the top side. Now we can move on and start to work on the bottom side. Let's select card bottom and define its width and height. I'm going to set width to 100%, and then the height is going to be 50%, like it was in the case of top side. Besides that, I'm going to create some space inside the element using padding. I'm going to set it to 2 rem at the top and bottom and 3 rem on the left and right sides. Alright, let's move on and customize the heading. Select card bottom H1. Let's increase the font weight, make it 500. Also transform text into uppercase. And create some space between the letters, make it 0.1 rem. Change the color, make it 333. And also create some space at the bottom using margin bottom 0.6 rem. Alright, that's it about the heading. Next, I'm going to customize the badge. So let's go ahead and select this element. And first of all, let's take care of its position. Let's set position to absolute. Then the top position is going to be 30 rem. As for the right, I'm going to make it 5 rem. Next, I'm going to define width and height. Let's set width to 3.5 rem. As for the height, it's going to be 1.6 rem. Also change the background color. I'm going to use here color 25D390. Next, I'm going to change the color of the text. Let's make it white. Also, I'm going to place the text in the center of the box. So I'm going to use again CSS grid. We need display grid and place items center. Next, I'm going to make the elements slightly rounded. So use border radius with the value 0.3 rem. Then I'm going to take care of the text. Let's define font size, make it 0.9 rem. Also, I'm going to make the font bolder. So let's set font weight to bold. Then create some space between the letters, make it 0.1 rem. And also make the text uppercase. Alright, so that's it regarding the badge. It looks nice, and now we can move on and take care of the next element, which is going to be h3 heading element. Let's define the font size. I'm going to make it to 1 rem. Also change the font weight. Let's set it to 400. Make the text uppercase. And create some space at the bottom using margin bottom with value 0.6 rem. Okay, let's move on and take care of the stars. I mean those font awesome icons. Select div element with the class stars and create space at the bottom using margin bottom 3 rem. The only thing that I'm going to do is to change the last icon. I mean, I'm going to decrease the opacity. So let's select stars followed by the I element with last child pseudo class and set opacity to 0.4. Alright, so with the stars we are done. Let's move on to the sizes. Let's select div elements and create space at the bottom. Let's make it 3 rem. Then I'm going to select h4 heading element. Let's set the font size to 1.2 rem. Then make the text uppercase. Create some space between the letters, make it 0.1 rem, and then create space at the bottom using 1.3 rem. Okay, next I'm going to take care of the actual size numbers. Let's align them using flexbox. I'm going to set display to flex, then select the span element itself, increase the font size, make it 1.3 rem, and also create space on the right side of each span element. Let's use margin right 2.5 rem. Okay, so the only thing that I have to do regarding the sizes is to customize the actual size of the shoe. Let's say the middle one, I mean 9. So let's select size followed by the span element with nth child pseudo class. We need the third item. Let's define width and height, make both of them 2 rem. Then change the background color. Let's use here 25D393. Change the color, make it white. Also, I'm going to make element rounded using border radius 50%. And then I'm going to place the number in the center using grid. We need display grid and place items center. Alright, so finally with the sizes we are done. Next comes the colors. Let's select H4 heading element. We need font size to be 1.2 rem. Then text transform uppercase. Use again letter spacing with the value 0.1 rem. And create space at the bottom. Make it 1 rem. Okay, so that's it about the heading. Next, I'm going to customize the actual colors. Right now, they are not visible because we have here just the empty div elements. So let's select both colors, I mean color 1 and color 2, and define some common styles. We need width and height, both of them to be 2 rem. Then let's add here some temporary background color, let's say red. Also make the element rounded using border radius 50%. And also change the type of the cursor, make it pointer. So here we have the colors and I'm going to place them side by side. For that, let's select div element colors and use display flex. Okay, next let's customize the colors separately. I'm going to select color 1. Let's define the background color. It's going to be 1C477A. Then create some space on the right side using margin right 1.5 rem. And also use box shadow with the values 0, 1 rem, 2 rem, and as the color I'm going to use RGBA value 2871122 and the opacity 0.2. Alright, let's move on and take care of the color 2. I'm going to change the background color. It's going to be CO2244, and also use box shadow with the value 0, 1 rem, 2 rem, and the RGBA color 1923468, and the opacity 0.3. And also let's get rid of that temporary red background color. Okay, so with the colors we are done, and the last part to customize is a price. Let's select the div element and define its width and height. I'm going to set width to 16 rem. The height is going to be 4 rem. Then change the background color. I'm going to use 1C477A. Also change the color of the text, make it white. And then make the element slightly rounded using border radius with the value 0.5 rem. Next, I'm going to position the price. So let's set position to absolute, and then define right and bottom properties. The right position is going to be -1 rem. As for the bottom position, I'm going to set it to 3 rem. Also, let's use box shadow with the values 0, 1 rem, 2 rem, and the RGBA color 2871, 122, and the opacity 0.5. Next, I'm going to place the items in the center. In this case, let's use flexbox. We need display flags, justify content center, and align items center. Alright, so now I'm going to customize the span elements. I mean the currency and the price itself. So let's select span and increase the font size, make it 2 rem. Then I'm going to customize the first span element. So let's select span with the first child pseudo class. Let's set font weight to 300. Make the text uppercase. And create some space on the right side using margin right 1 rem. And finally, I'm going to customize the second span element. So let's select span with the last child pseudo class and increase the font weight, make it bold. Alright, so finally the card is customized, and now we can move on and make it work. Let's take a look at the finished project. So once we click the red color, then the shoes will switch and also the colors will change. In order to do that, I'm going to use a little bit of JavaScript. First of all, I'm going to select a couple of different elements. Let's start with the container. I'm going to create new variable. Let's call it container, and select the element using query selector method. We need to specify here the class name container. Let's duplicate this code twice. The next variable is going to be color1. Let's change the name and the class name. And then we will have color2. So let me explain what we are going to do. We will add a new class to the container on click. Then using that newly added class, we will define the styles in CSS that should be applied to the card on click. So I'm going to add an event listener to the color2, which is a red color. The event is going to be click. Also, we need here an arrow function, which will be executed once we click the element. So in order to add a new class to the container, we need container itself, followed by the class list property, which gives us all the classes that the element has. And then we need method called add. Let's specify here the name of the class. Let's say change. Let's go back to the CSS file. At first, let's change the colors. I'm going to select container with the class change, followed by the card top. Let's change the background color. I'm going to use here color D35246. And also for smooth effect, let's use transition with the values background and 0.5 second. Okay, so as you can see, the color is changed once we click the red color. Let's go ahead and change the color for the price. Select again container with the class change, followed by the price. Change the background color. Let's use here color C02244. And again use transition with background 0.5 second. Alright, so the colors are changing, and now we have to take care of the shoes. Right now the second shoe is hidden. Let's go ahead and display it back. Let's delete attribute called hidden. Then select it. I'm going to set its width to 33 rem. Also change its position. Let's set its position to absolute. Then the top property is going to be -10 rem. As for the right property, I'm going to set it to -45 rem. So once we click the red color, then the first shoe should move outside of the card, and the red one should place on the card. So let's select container change, followed by the shoe one. We need here transform property. So we have to move the shoe to the left side. So let's use translate X with a value -50 rem. And also I'm going to rotate it according to Z-axis with value 45 degrees. And also use transition with transform and with the duration 1 second. So as you can see, once we click the red color, the first shoe will move. Let's move on and take care of the second one. Select container change, followed by the shoe 2. We need again transform, translate X with the value -40 rem, and also rotate Z with the value -45 degrees. And then use again transition, transform, 1 second. Alright, so now as you can see, both shoes are moving. Actually, we need to hide the space outside of the card wrapper, and for that we can use overflow hidden. Okay, so now we have much better results. The only thing that we have to do is to display back the first shoe and change the colors once we click the blue color. In order to do that, we can simply remove the class change once we click the blue color. Let's duplicate this code here, change color 2 into color 1, and instead of method add, we need method remove. Alright, so everything works perfectly, and with the project we are done. Now it's time to move on to our next project, the website header. This header is designed to create a stunning first impression, combining functionality and style, perfect for a wedding and event photographer's portfolio. The first thing you will notice is the full screen background slider, which dynamically transitions between the images. The slider gives the entire header a cinematic feel thanks to smooth fades and carefully timed transitions. The navigation buttons labeled Prev and Next are positioned on the sides and styled with sleek icons. When you interact with the slider, the experience is enhanced by nice and cool animations. The slides automatically transition every 4 seconds, ensuring the page feels alive without needing constant user interaction. At the same time, the navigation buttons allow full manual control, creating a perfect balance between automation and user-driven actions. Below the slider, we have thumbnail previews of the background images. These thumbnails act as pagination, allowing users to jump to a specific slide by simply clicking on them. The active thumbnail is visually highlighted with a clean white border, making it easy to track which image is currently displayed. This slider is going to be created using one of the JavaScript plugins called Swiper.js. At the center of the header, there is a bold text banner that introduces the photographer. The phrase "I am John Smith" appears first in a simple, elegant font, followed by "wedding" and "event photographer," which stands out in large, bold letters. These lines don't just appear instantly, they animate into view with a smooth fade and a subtle 3D effect. Above this banner sits a fixed navigation bar. It features a stylish camera icon as the logo, followed by navigation links that lead to sections like Home, About, Portfolio, and so on. The links are clean, minimal, and transform subtly when hovered over, giving users clear feedback. The search functionality is particularly engaging. Clicking the search icon opens a smooth overlay, allowing users to type in keywords while the background dims slightly for focus. Closing the search reverts everything back to normal with a seamless transition. The entire navbar itself smoothly slides into view from the top when the page loads, creating a polished and professional introduction. Okay, so that's it about this project. Let's go ahead and start to build it. I have created a new folder on the desktop in which we have folder for the images. Let's open this folder in VS Code. And then we have to create our working files. The first one is going to be index.html. Then we need file for CSS. And the third file is going to be script.js for JavaScript. Then I'm going to create basic HTML structure. And the first thing that I'm going to do is to change the title. It's going to be landing page. Next, I'm going to link the CSS file. And also, let's link the JavaScript file. All right. So after that, I'm going to run the project to the browser using live server. And then I'm going to place the editor and the browser side by side in order to make our working process simpler and more convenient. All right. Besides that, I'm going to bring in a couple of other links. We're going to use some Google Fonts throughout this project. So let's visit Google Fonts website and search for the first font. It's going to be Fiala 1. Then I'm going to search for another font. It's called Urbanist. Let's go ahead and select a couple of different styles. Copy the links and paste them in the head element. Alright, besides that, I'm going to use Font Awesome icons throughout this project. So we need to get the Font Awesome CDN link. Let's go ahead and copy the link from this website. Then open link tag and paste the link in the href attribute. Besides that, we need to connect Swiper.js library to our project. So I'm going to copy a couple of different links from here. Let's grab this one and paste it in the head element. And also we have to bring in the second JavaScript CDN link. Let's copy this script tag and paste it right before this script tag. Alright, so that's it. Now we're ready to start creating HTML markup. First we need container, in which I'm going to insert nav element with the class name navbar. Then inside here we need logo. Let's insert here I element with the classes FA, solid, FA, camera. Then I'm going to open another div tag. It's going to be navigation, in which we need link element. It's going to be for home. Then we need other links as well. Let's change the items. We need about. Then we need portfolio. The next one is going to be gallery. Then I'm going to add here blog. And finally, contact. After that, I'm going to create search bar. Inside here, I'm going to insert I element, which is going to be FA solid, FA magnifying glass. Then after I elements, I'm going to open div tag. It's going to be search top. Inside here, I'm going to insert I elements. I mean these I elements. And then after that, we need input with the type text and with the placeholder attribute. Let's insert here type keyword and hit enter. All right, next we need another I element, which is going to be FA solid, FA X mark. It's going to be X closing button. Then right after closing nav tag, we need to open another div. It's going to be banner. Inside here, we need H3 heading element with the contents I am John Smith. Then we need H1 heading elements. It's going to be wedding and event photographer. Then I'm going to open another div, which is going to be for swiper library. We need here swiper wrapper. Then inside here, I'm going to open swiper slide. It will include image. Let's select image from the images folder. We need image 1. Let's duplicate this slide 3 times and change the names of the images. All right, after slider, we need swiper pagination. It's going to be an empty div element. After that, I'm going to open another div and it's going to be swiper button pref. Let's insert here I element with the classes FA solid, FA caret up. Then we need span element in which I'm going to insert pref. Let's duplicate this element because we need next button. So change the class name. Also change the content of this span element. Okay, so as you can see, we have here all the elements created. And now we have to style them. Let's go ahead and select every element using an asterisk. First, we need to reset margin and padding. Let's set both of them to 0. Next, I'm going to set box sizing to border box. Also, we need text decoration to be none. Then we need outline to be none as well. And finally, change the font family. I'm going to use Urbanist sans serif. Besides that, we need to change the font size of the HTML element. Let's set it to 62.5%. In this case, 1 rem will be equal to 10 pixels, and we're going to use rem as a measurement unit. After that, we have to hide the navbar using display none, and then I'm going to hide the banner as well. So let's add to it display none. So both elements are hidden. Next, I'm going to select container and define its width and height. The width is going to be 100%. As for the height, I'm going to make it 100% of the viewport. Next, I'm going to select swiper, define width. It's going to be 100%. Then we need height. I'm going to make it 100%. Also, we need background color 262B32. Then I'm going to select the image element. We need swiper, slide, then image. I'm going to set width to 100%. Then we need height. It's going to be 100% as well. Next, I'm going to use object feet with the value cover. And finally, let's decrease the opacity, make it 0.4. All right. So the styles are applied to the image. Next, I'm going to select swiper followed by swiper button. Next, and then we need after pseudo element. Let's copy this selector, paste it down here, and change the button. It's going to be prev. We need to set content to empty. So as you can see, the arrows are no longer visible. Next, I'm going to grab this selector. We need button next and button prev as well. Inside here, I'm going to add display with the value flex. Then we need flex direction to be column. Also, I'm going to use transform with rotate z function, and the value is going to be minus 90 degrees. And besides that, we need margin left with the value 5 rem. Actually, the arrows are not visible, so we might have a mistake. As you can see, we have a typo. We need E instead of O. Now the arrows should be visible. All right. Now let's grab this selector, add it here. We need eye element with the buttons. So let's change font size. It's going to be 6 rem. Then we need WebKit, text, stroke. It's going to be 0.1 rem, and the color will be white. And also we need color to be transparent. So as you can see, the arrows are transformed and they look pretty nice. All right, now I'm going to select this selector and add it here. We need to add here margin and transform properties. The value is going to be 90 degrees. As for the margin, we need here margin right. So now the arrows are placed correctly. Next, I'm going to grab this selector, paste it here, and change eye elements with span elements. I'm going to define font family, and in this case I'm going to use font called Fiala 1 sans serif. Next, I'm going to add here font size. It's going to be 2 rem. Then we need text transform with the value uppercase. Next, we need margin top with value minus 1 rem. Also, I'm going to change the color. It's going to be white. Let's check the result. So as you can see, next and previous spans look pretty nice. All right, let's go to the JavaScript file and create new variable. We need here swiper. It's going to be equal to new swiper function constructor. I'm going to insert here 2 parameters. The first one is going to be swiper, and the class name. As for the second parameter, we need an object with a couple of different properties. First one is going to be autoplay, and it's going to be an object itself. We need here delay with the value 4000. It is milliseconds. And then I'm going to add here the second property. It's going to be disable on interaction. The value is going to be false. Next, we need another property. It's going to be grab cursor. The value should be true. And then I'm going to add here loop with the value true as well. After that, we need pagination. it should be an object in which I'm going to enter elements. It's going to be swiper, I mean the class name. Actually, we need swiper pagination, not swiper. Also, we need clickable to be true. After that, I'm going to add here navigation. We need an object with the property next element. It's going to be swiper button next. Then we need second button, I mean previous prev button, and the property is going to be prev element accordingly. Okay, so that's it. Now, as you can see, we can drag the slides, and also those arrows work fine. Down below we have dots. They work fine as well. Now I'm going to customize the bullets down of the swiper slider. We need here span swiper pagination, bullet. Let's change the width, it's going to be 5 rem. Then we need height, it's going to be 5 rem as well. We have to add opacity 1, then box shadow with the values 0, 1 rem, 3 rem, and the color is going to be RGBA value, black color with the opacity 0.5. Next we need margin right with the value 2 rem, and it's going to be important. So as you can see, we have here the circles. Now I'm going to grab this selector. Let's add here nth child selector. We need the first one. Let's go ahead and change background. We need URL, and we have to select image 1. Then we need center and no repeat. Also, we need background size property with the value cover. So as you can see, we have the background of the first bullet. Next, I'm going to change other bullets backgrounds as well. Change the names of the images. So as you can see, all 4 bullets have now backgrounds similar to the slides. Alright, let's go ahead and select this selector. Let's add here swiper pagination bullets followed by active. So for active bullet we need border with the value is 0.2 rem, solid, and the color is going to be white. Now as you can see, the active bullet has border. Alright, so I think that's it about the slider. Now we have to take care of the navbar, which is hidden right now. Let's get rid of display none and add here position absolute. Then we need the position to be 0. Left position is going to be 0 as well. Then we need width 100%. Height is going to be 10 rem, and the background color should be CCC. Now the navbar is hidden. Let's make it visible using the index property with the value 100. So now as you can see, we have here the navbar. Let's add here display flex. Then I'm going to add justify content, space between, and align items with the value center. Also, I'm going to add padding with the value 0 and 8 rem. So as you can see, the elements inside the navbar are aligned nicely. Actually, let's get rid of background and then select search top. Add here display none. So as you can see, the element is hidden. Next we need logo I. Font size is going to be 5 rem. Then I'm going to add here WebKit text stroke with the value 0.1 rem, and the color is going to be white. Also, we need color transparent. Besides that, let's add here text shadow with the values 0, 1 rem, 2 rem, and the color is going to be RGBA, black color with the opacity 0.2. Then we need cursor to be pointer. So as you can see, logo looks pretty nice. Next, I'm going to select navigation, followed by the link element. We need fonts, size to be 1.8 rem. Then I'm going to add here text transform. It's going to be uppercase. Next, we need color. Let's set it to white. Also, we need margin right with value 3 rem. Then I'm going to add here letter spacing, 0.1 rem. Next, we need text shadow, 0, 1 rem, 2 rem, and the color black with the opacity 0.2. So, as you can see, the navigation items look pretty nice. After that, I'm going to grab this selector, add here hover. On hover, I'm going to change the color. Let's make it CCC, and then add transition for smoother effect. The duration is going to be 0.3 seconds. So as you can see, we have nice hover effect. All right. After that, I'm going to add here search bar, followed by I elements using child combinator. We need font size to be 1.8 rem. Then we need color. It's going to be white. Also, let's add here margin left with the value minus 25 rem. Then we need cursor pointer. So as you can see, we have here search icon. Let's go ahead and get rid of display none from search top elements and add here position absolute. Then define top position, it's going to be 0. As for the left position, I'm going to make it 0 as well. We need width to be 100%. As for the height, it's going to be 12 rem. Then we need background color to be white. So as you can see, we have here the search top element. Let's add here display flags in order to align the items inside this element. We need align items with the value center. As for the justify content property, it's going to be center as well. Next, we need box shadow. Let's add here 0, 2 rem, 5 rem, and the color is going to be black with the opacity 0.3. Also, let's add here the index property with the value 200. Alright, so the content of the element is placed in the center. Next, I'm going to select search top with the I element. Let's add here font size, it's going to be 2 rem. Then we need color, I'm going to make it 555. It is a gray color. Next, I'm going to select search top input. The width is going to be 100 rem. Then I'm going to set the height to 5 rem. Also, we need padding. It's going to be 1 rem. Then we need font size. Let's make it 1.6 rem. Then I'm going to set margin left to 1 rem. So as you can see, the styles are applied to the input elements. Next, I'm going to add here border none. So now I think the input looks pretty nice. After that, I'm going to select search top, followed by the I element, and then we need last child pseudo class. Let's set width to 4 rem. The height is going to be 4 rem as well. Next, we need background color DDD. Then border radius is going to be 50%. So Now we have here a circle. Next, I'm going to use display flex with justify content, center, and also with align items, center, to place the content in the center of the circle. Next, we need font size. It's going to be 2 rem. Then I'm going to set color to 444. Also use cursor pointer. Okay, so the X closing button looks pretty nice. And now I'm going to hide the search bar. Let's set top to -15 rem. In the JavaScript file, I'm going to create new variable. It's going to be search icon. Let's select this element using query selector method. We need here class name, search bar followed by the I element. Let's duplicate this line of code 3 times, change the names of the variables. We need close button, and the class name is going to be search top I followed by the last child pseudo class. Next we need search top. Let's change the class name accordingly. We need search top. And finally we need container. Let's change the class name of the element. Alright, so all needed variables are selected. Now we need here search icon with the event listener. It's going to be click. Then we need callback function. So once we click the search icon, we have to add a new class to the container. For that, I'm going to use class list followed by the add method, and the class name is going to be change. We will use this class name in the CSS file. Now we need close button with, again, event listener. The event is going to be click. So once we click the close button, we have to remove class change from the container. Therefore, we need here class list with the remove method, and we have to specify here the class name change. Alright, so now in the CSS file, we have to select search top. Before this class, we need change. Now, we need top position to be 0, and also to make the effect smoother, we need transition with the values top, 0.6 seconds. And also I'm going to use cubic bezier function with the values 1, 0, 0, 1. So now if we click, we'll get this nice and cool appearance of the search bar. Okay, so now I'm going to add here change with container, and I'm going to decrease the opacity. Let's make it 0.8. Then we need pointer events, none. Next we need transition, opacity with the value 0.3 seconds. And also let's add here delay time 0.2 seconds. Let's add transition to the container by default and get rid of the delay time. Now let's click. So as you can see, we have here this nice and cool effect. Now the cursor no longer works once the search bar appears. Now we need here to add pointer events all in order to make pointer events enabled once the search bar is displayed. Okay, so everything works perfectly. Next, I'm going to take care of the banner. Let's add here position, absolute. Then we need subposition, 35%. The left position is going to be 50%. Then we need transform, translate, X function with -50%. in order to center the banner horizontally, let's add here the index to make the banner visible. So we have here the banner. Next, I'm going to add here text align center. Also, I'm going to select banner H3 heading elements. Let's add here font size 2 rem. Then I'm going to add text transform uppercase. Then I'm going to add color DDD. Also, we need margin bottom with the value 3 rem. So the first heading looks better. Next, I'm going to select banner followed by the H1 heading elements. Let's set width to 60 rem. Then I'm going to add font size 7 rem. Next, we need color. Then we need text shadow 0, 1 rem, 3 rem with RGBA color, I mean black color, with the opacity 0.7. So as you can see, the second heading looks nice as well. Let's go ahead and create CSS animations using keyframes. The name is going to be banner anim. At 0%, I'm going to use transform, translate zip function with the value minus 10 rem. Then we need translate y minus 1 rem. Also, we have to hide the element using opacity 0 and visibility hidden. At the ending point, I mean at 100%. Let's grab this code, paste it here. So we need here 0, then again 0. As for the opacity, it's going to be 1, and the visibility is going to be visible. After that, we have to create 3D environment using property called perspective with the value 100 rem. Actually, we are missing here the ending, I mean the closing curly brace. And now we have to add animation property to the heading. We need the name of the keyframes, banner anim. Then the duration is going to be 1 second. Also, we need delay time 1.5 seconds and backwards. Let's grab this property and add it to the H1 heading element as well. Instead of 1.5 seconds, we need here 2 seconds as the delay time. So as you can see, the animations work fine for both headings. All right, now I'm going to change the top position of the navbar. It's going to be minus 10 rem. Then we need keyframes for the navbar as well. Let's call it navbar anim. At 0%, I'm going to set top position to minus 10 rem. Also, we need opacity 0 and visibility hidden. As for the 100%, at the ending point of the animation, we need top position to be 0, and we have to make the element visible using opacity 1 and visibility visible. Let's add here animation. The name is going to be navbar anim. The duration is going to be 1 second. We need 0.5 second the delay time and forwards. So as you can see, once we reload the page, we will get this nice and cool animations. Alright, so that's it. I think the project is finished. I hope you enjoyed it and learned some new stuff. And that wraps up our video. Today we built 10 awesome front-end web projects from scratch using HTML, CSS and JavaScript. We covered everything from slick navigations to interactive sliders, modern card designs and more. These projects are a great boost for your portfolio and an excellent way to strengthen your skills for diving into more advanced technologies in the future. So if you enjoyed this video and found it helpful, Don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, and turn on the bell so you never miss upcoming tutorials. We'd also love to hear your thoughts in the comments. Let us know which project was your favorite, or if there is something specific you'd like us to cover next. Your support means the world to us and helps us get closer to our goal of 20,000 subscribers. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.